you tell me for? He said, you're speeding. I said, like hell I would. I see you sitting there every day. You think I'd be a speeding going by? You know what he said? He said you was almost speeding. I swear I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, that's hard, but not. I guess I did did you have a time to look at the first revolution that AG wrote about the I changed my mind about it. I mean, yes, I did ask him to do that when you were here last week. But after I read that, and after I looked at my old, ordinance, I feel right now we can improve on it. Have, well, I asked him, I said, what is it that is so wrong with us making our own rules and make interpretations to do what we want to do?
She's here. She's just pulled in.
Oh, it's not 40.
Yeah, she ought to be coming in a minute.
Well, they don't have a sign-in sheet over there. See?
Well, they don't.
They got how do we make it better? That's what I don't figure. It was to anyway, I think vote for me. I really don't like the way he, I guess we just make it better. Is what I'm saying. But the way right. Yeah, I wanted, right. Exactly. So it was all mixed up in me doing it. It was to help our people. Right. Mhm. Right. 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 Well, I feel like that with what he came up with. No. So I'm not going to make it. You're right. Well, actually, I've not done nothing. I just asked him to, and so it's not even on the agenda. So I'm not going to pursue it. But Cause after I studied it and then I talked to Caleb, cause he's my sounding board. And, he, after I talked to him, I feel like that there's nothing we can do to improve on that. Yeah, that's, right. Oh, yeah. But I feel it breaks my heart that do, I don't know how else to say it. They miss.
Fast Eddie. What's up, man? You all right? Feel better? You feel better?
I feel about the same.
Can you hear?
Um,
Better?
oh, this here.
Oh,
I probably
I'm
won't say.
hollering at you. I don't want to be sitting there hollering at you. What did you say?
It's because it's because of the way they ate our full blood.
Man, look at these yarn eggs coming in, man. A lot of people coming in everywhere. What's the deal?
You know, they probably smell money.
That's it. That's it. They smell money.
They'll bring them out.
Oh, yeah. I had people come to my house that don't vote. But they're claiming to be tequila. I come, you fill it out. I said, I don't know if you're old or not. Yeah. I got a card. That really don't matter. I know people that's got a
Yours.
driver's license, but you're not supposed to be driving.
Have you got an extra agenda?
Yeah, we went to go have some, our coffee or kind of on the fridge, so I tried to make some this morning.
Okay, that, nobody sent me one, so
I have another one here.
I guess I thought I was gonna die so to save paper.
Here. Right here's one. This is the one I brought from my house. Oh, yeah.
We're done.
It's too hot. to have it. I was even taking applications, housing applications yesterday at the house.
Thank you.
That's it, I know, and we won't have enough workers to do it next time.
But when are we supposed to start handing out our money?
19th. Oh, the 19th.
Right, right.
They're going to pick it up here.
Because I already got people. That's what I said at the last meeting. We don't have to go out. We don't have to go out and try to notify everybody because once they get word,
Oh, yeah.
they'll come out on their own.
Yeah. See, what they need to do is have that information for accounting about a text. They'll have to have that information, W-9, plus enrollment status, they'll check it and everything else. That, when the way they first did it, when they started talking about it, they made it seem like they just come up here and showed their card and they got it. Hey, and
This is what.
I'll make some good school late Monday yet, so I'll be all right.
I haven't seen him.
Sound good? All right.
Where's the chief at?
What time is it, though, man?
The assistant chief can call it to order.
I mean, that's a law. 10 o'clock.
Well, the assistant chief could start the meeting.
Wasn't that much. I never did write it down.
Brittany, are you ready? Charlie? Just push record right there in the, on the window.
Yeah, maybe saying, what did they say a few times? 'Cause they don't talk to the microphone, so I can't hear them. Most of the people, most of the people in the audience I've never seen before.
Is there, Ed, is he still on that cab with Ed not coming in? He quit?
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
This is going to be a little different for the beginning this morning. The chief is running late. We're estimating a time around between 10:45 and 11. So, and we're already after the 10 o'clock start time. So at this time, the assistant chief will have to chair the meeting based on chief being absent. And I don't know where he went. So.
What kind of a damn bathroom we running here?
Okay, so anyway, once the assistant chief arrives, we will begin the meeting.
I sent out an email. I have
But
video.
if y'all are okay with me going ahead and calling to order until he comes in, I know that's not procedure. Okay.
It's
Um,
Ramona, get it, that keeper.
We will begin the meeting
Receive one in a couple of
at what time? At 10:22. We're calling the meeting to order. Chief and assistant chief's not available, so I will call the meeting to order. I will ask for an invocation at this time. Item number 2 on the agenda. Council, which one would like to bless the meeting?
We have one country this morning.
people that have come to be part of this meeting. Just be in the midst of us all, Lord. Just guide us and lead us and give us wisdom and understanding of what it is that we have to do. Nothing about us, but just to glorify you, Lord. And I just thank you, Lord, for all the ones that may still be on their way, or the ones that are here, or the chief, wherever he may be, Lord. Just in the midst of him also. We just give you praise and glory for another day, Lord. Help us to be joyous in our hearts, to do all things with joy and gladness, Lord. I praise you, and I thank you, and I love you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, at this time, I will call roll, but I will let Assistant Chief continue with item number 3.
I apologize. I had to run out there and get a very important paper. I just got the news that the chief is running late, so obviously we've called order invocation, and we're at roll call. Madam Secretary, is that where we are? Okay, if you do that, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I will continue on with item number 3, roll call. Eddie?
Here.
Jeannie? LMA?
Honey.
Adeline?
Honey.
Frankie? Sharon?
Here.
Joyce? Here. Peggy?
Here.
Jamie?
Here.
Charles? Barry?
Here.
Jeff?
Here.
Okay, I will have to back up. Assistant Chief is here as Assistant Chief, but since we are transferring, he is moderator of the meeting. So as business continues until the chief arrives, he will not be asked to vote. Chief,
Thank you.
council, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Secretary. Okay, let's hope and pray that the chief, and then I got a text that Council Tidwell is running late, so with no explanation, but let's just hope that they have safe travels and they'll be here shortly. Okay, let's move along. I don't have the chief's address, but when he gets here, we'll turn it over to him, and we can go back to item number 4, Secretary, if that's permissible with the council, to bypass item 4 right now and then move to it. Okay. I don't think we need a resolution or anything like that. So let's go to item number 5, approval of minutes for the month of May. Madam Secretary.
Council, at this time, I would ask and apologize for those not being available. I do have them drafted but not in form to present to you. But if I could ask for those to be tabled, and later on the week, I will email them to you for the next July meeting.
Motion table.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to table the minutes for May until the next July meeting. Can I get a second? Got a second by Representative Steele.
Okay, council, I'll call for vote for item number 5. Eddie?
Yes.
Jeannie is absent. LMA?
Yes.
Adeline?
Hello.
Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief, Council, motion carries.
Okay, thank you, council. Well, I'm going to welcome everybody here. So thank you for coming out on this hot day, and I'm glad to see everybody that doesn't have has been affected by the coronavirus. Praise the Lord for that. We've been very, very blessed. Our tribe has been certainly blessed by the Lord, because I've talked to the representatives and people throughout our districts. You know, I have to cover all the areas, and I'm around all the place like a fly, and nobody seems to have been affected except probably me. I had a grandson that tested positive for this. He lives in Cushing, Oklahoma, but he never had any symptoms, and he was quarantined. And so praise the Lord that him or his siblings or mother, father, nobody got affected by it. So I want to recognize our Lord and Savior for that blessing. That's a very good blessing for my family and our Katua families as well. We have, moving right along, I guess we could go into the council, reports to council, but we have several presentations. We have now let me back up. I don't know about several presentations. I know one presentation that was moved. Charlie, go ahead. Okay, you've got a presentation? Okay. Okay, we have three, Secretary. Okay, do you have them listed there in order of how we want to move forward with those? Insurance, okay. Right, RWI, okay. Key card,
Okay, Paul,
okay. And Johnson Controls, okay.
please add, yeah.
And then we have Becky, and forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, is it Haddock?
Haddock,
Okay, her proposal is for disbursements of the 24 million.
okay, thank you for that. What we can do at that time, if it's permissible by the council, is that we could, before we go into, excuse me, reports to the council, we could go ahead and get these presentations. I don't know, hopefully they don't last for hours. No offense to anybody, but I want you to have ample time to make your presentation and to the council. And one of them I know is insurance. I stated in the earlier meeting at May that I don't see any better way to expand some of this funding other than providing insurance for our tribal members. And that's just my opinion. And we have a gentleman here that put together a proposal, and we tabled it until this meeting, as I recollect. So we're going to allow him to go ahead and make his presentation. And Mr. Terry Harris, if you want to step up to that table right there and have a seat and give us your best shot, sir. We'll listen attentively. And he passed out some literature to each one of us a couple weeks ago, and I don't know if anybody's had time to review that, but let's give him our undivided attention. Go ahead, Mr. Harris, you have the floor.
Hello. Yes, good morning. My name is Terry Harris, and I'm here representing RWI Consulting. And RWI Consulting is owned by Robert Weaver, who's a member of the Quapaw tribe. Robert was supposed to be here this morning and make the presentation, but he is ill this morning, was unable to make it. So I will give it my best shot as number two guy. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation for your consideration. I think it's always wise for a council to hear about ideas and concepts and discuss it and see if it's a fit. If it is, then I think it enhances and improves the tribe overall to implement new ideas and new concepts that help tribal members. In about 2010, the Quapaw Tribe Business Committee asked Robert to present to them a program that would help all tribal members equally without with no difference in the benefit itself, regardless of who you were or where you were. This was in response to the never-ending situation that all tribes have with IHS. There's never enough funds that are approved annually to cover the real needs of all tribal members in all locations for Native American tribes and nations. For example, the budget or the approved budget was somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 billion or so for IHS funding. And it has been documented over and over that the real need in Indian country is more in line with 25 to 30 billion dollars to address healthcare needs. So there's always been a shortfall, and the Quapaw Tribe Business Committee wanted to present something that would address the health and welfare of their tribal members. And we developed what we call a tribal member health plan. And that was presented and discussed, and decisions were made in 2010 to implement that program. The program was implemented, and it's still in place with the Quapaw tribe for the tribal members. In about 2014, we were asked to present a similar plan to the Wichita and affiliated tribes, and their council discussed it and approved it, and it was implemented in 2014. In essence, it is a program that provides medical, prescription drug, dental, vision, and an end-of-life benefit for funeral expenses, end-of-life expenses related to a death of a tribal member. The key, in our opinion, to this program is that every tribal member is, again, given equal representation, equal benefit, at least equal benefits at some level, and every tribal member receives an identification card, just like Blue Cross Blue Shield card. And I'm sure you're familiar with those healthcare cards. That healthcare card is what we believe provides access to quality healthcare in a timely fashion to all tribal members. Because access, in essence, in our opinion, is the provider, showing the provider that you have an ability to pay. All other aspects of healthcare delivery aside, the real access key point is I have a card, and it is for an insurance or a healthcare program, and that means I have the ability to pay. So there is no delay of care because you don't have, they don't know for sure if you can pay or not. The card guarantees a payment to the provider. Therefore, you have immediate access to health care. And that's what we really believe the essence of this program provides to all tribal members. Access to quality health care timely, when you need it, where you need it, and what you need. The basics of the program are that it provides a benefit for medical care, which means hospital and doctors primarily. It provides a benefit for prescription drugs. It provides a dental benefit and that's a real need in Indian country. Dental care is really key to overall health care. And so many tribal members do not have dental health insurance, and they don't have really a way to get dental health insurance. Again, to provide at least basics of dental care. And also vision. Vision is a big need in Indian country as well, and this provides a coverage for frames and lenses, which is a real basic coverage that provides you and tribal members with the ability to see better. Now, we also provide some level of an end-of-life benefit that's really designed to cover funeral expenses. And in the case of Indian country, it provides also at the pleasure of the council and what they decide, provides for those types of expenses that are unique to Indian country, end of life and funeral and ceremonial things that surround the uniqueness of a death within a tribe or a nation. So This program is it's a self-funded program. The funding for the program comes from the tribe. The tribal council approves a budget annually for what is available to budget for the tribal member health plan. And those funds come from any source, from gaming revenues, from other enterprises the tribe has that generate revenues and profits, from grants or from funding for, like here most recently, where the government has allocated funding to nations and tribes across the United States to specifically address this COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the uses for that would be this type of program. And there are other uses as well. The council will make their best decision on how those funds ought to be used, but that's an example of funding that can be used for this program. The budget is established based on our assessment of and review of the tribal demographics, how many members are out there, what's at least the basic age and sex census of the tribal members, and what is the budget that is available to allocate to this program. It is tailored to fit the budget. If you have $1 million, we tailor a program with benefits in those categories that will be within $1 million. If you have $10 million, the same thing, it's just more benefit. So we set it up to fit the budget, but in all categories, we include medical, RX, dental, vision, and some level of end-of-life benefit. It is a program that we can provide more detail once we know a little more about the direction that the council would ask us to proceed if they even want to consider it. It is an idea, a new idea, a concept that addresses a specific health or welfare need of tribal members, which we understand it, that is the primary goal and focus and charge to all councils in Indian country, is to provide for the health and welfare of their tribal members, first and foremost. And without health, you really don't have much. Beyond, if you don't have access to health care, to get routine checkups, to get prescriptions that you need, to get dental care, at least basic dental care that you need, and vision care that you need, then everything else kind of takes a back seat as far as what you can provide to a tribal member. If they're ill and don't have access to health care, they don't really have need for anything else at that point other than access to health care. So without taking up much more of your time, we wanted to present the concept, the idea, and the reasons behind it, and that it has been implemented in 2 tribes over several years, very successful. And the tribal members are very pleased with having this benefit available to them. And in both cases, we have been within the budget, all with the Quapaw tribe for 10 years, and with the Wichita affiliated tribe for 6 years. The budget allocated by the council each year is set based on what you can afford. The benefits can vary based on the budget year to year. One year you're kind of flush with funds from many areas. You can provide more benefit in each of those categories. In a lean year, the council would have to draw in and we would develop benefit programs that fit that year's budget. I'm glad to answer any questions I can.
Is there any questions from you? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, you say that this card right here guarantees payment, correct?
Correct.
If you issue our tribal members this card right here.
Yes.
Well, in that right there, though, further on in your presentation, you state that the tribe itself is going to be the ones that's held responsible for the funds to take care of these costs, the healthcare costs. Is that correct?
Well, to the extent that you've taken it, yes. Again, the council by resolution establishes the budget. We stay within the budget. If for any reason the needs are exceed the budget, the council through resolution has the authority to end the program for that year and wait till the following year to reinstate it.
Yeah.
So there are controls so that you're not all of a sudden hit with a $10 million situation and you haven't provided yourself with a way to avoid extensive costs that you didn't plan.
Because these COVID-19 funds, they end on December the 31st of this year. So after December the 31st, we're not going to have any funds to keep this program going. So we're just agreeing with you to set a budget for the next 5-6 months to cover our health care for our people, in which we have Health and Human Services that can already cover that right there. We already cover a lot of this that you're asking. We just don't have the funds right now to actually do it. So we now have unrestricted funds that allow our Health and Human Services to do this without even paying you to do this and offer this service.
Well, do they, and I assume that those funds cover UKB band members regardless of what state they're in across the United States.
I have a question. I work in the health field, and this is talking about like a $5,000, it's almost like a cap. Most of us know medical care, I don't care what it is, it's extremely high. And you can send a patient to the hospital and you come up with a $250,000 bill in no time. And is that my understanding, is that the maximum benefit is $5,000? And is that for every department? Okay, from what I understand is you make one payment for all of these areas, vision, dental, so forth. And there's a maximum of $5,000. Is that $5,000 for each one of those or all of them?
For each, the $5,000 in that example would be for each tribal member, each UKB
Okay, each
member.
tribal member, but what I'm talking about is all of the different areas of the health field, because there's dental, vision, medical, and the maximum benefit for each member per year, including all services for medical, pharmacy, dental, and vision care, is $5,000.
That's
a
correct.
drop in the bucket.
It's, and I appreciate the question and understand what you're saying, but it may be a little surprising to know that 80% of healthcare costs per person over the course of a year are less than $5,000. They're for office calls and for some prescription drugs and maybe a child that needs stitches or vaccinations. Those costs for 80% of the population come in well under $5,000 a year. It is the 20% that have extensive, heart or major surgeries that run up into the higher amounts of money that you spoke of. This program ties to it, in addition to the self-funded piece for $5,000. We, since the Affordable Care Act allows Native Americans to enroll in it the first of any month during the calendar year, we don't have to wait for an annual open enrollment. Once a high dollar situation is identified in the program, this program, what we would recommend, would sponsor the premium for that individual and enroll them in the Affordable Health Care Act so that they can have $250,000 worth of coverage. The issue we have with trying to address 10,000 members, or give or take, is that if you provided full coverage, the cost in general would be about $8,000 per person to have full coverage times 10,000 people. So that it's multi-millions of dollars.
That's like 8 million.
Well,
8 million, basically there. Let me ask you a question here. Give an example. I understand what they're saying there, but you've got two tribes that's already been doing this, one for several years and the other one for 6 years. I really, so, and you're saying 80% of the cost of the people don't exceed this number that you gave us here. But in that 20% be people that have major catastrophes or something that can go up. So that fluctuates up and down every year. Okay. So if we had, and just using your numbers there, let's just say 10 million that we put in that, I don't know if escrow or whatever would be the proper term, but you're saying set it aside to cover 10,000. We'll just use that for easy math. That would give them maximum benefits. Now, let's suppose that I'll just use me. Let's say I got very sick and had, and I had a question about cancer. I didn't know if cancer could be covered in here because we've had people that have cancer. But I got sick and my cost, well, if somebody got this coronavirus, I think that if you go in intensive care, those numbers could be very exorbitant. I'm assuming intensive care is very costly. So what you're telling me is that anybody could enroll in Affordable Health Care Act to offset or subsidize some of that cost. Is that the way I understood that?
That's correct. The council and the UKB can sponsor premiums for tribal members who are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. So if there is a need for very expensive care, and given the advantage of being able to enroll the first of any month, it is possible, or makes it possible for the council to approve sponsoring member A who needs that type of expensive care for the Affordable Care Act, getting them enrolled in the Affordable Care Act, paying the premium to the government or to Blue Cross whoever's doing this state's Affordable Care Act, and then they have benefits unlimited.
And Native Americans qualify for the Affordable Care Act with no out-of-pocket expense.
That's correct.
And you're saying you're going to sponsor the premiums. Well, if we already have no out-of-pocket expense, then what premium are you going to sponsor?
Well, I don't know that you're not responsible for a premium if you enroll in the Affordable Care Act. Out-of-pocket is, you're correct, the deductible and co-insurance is waived for Native Americans, but there is based on your income and your annual income. When you enroll in the Affordable Care Act, your premium can be $200 or $300 a month, up to $600 or $700 a month, depending on your situation. That's the sponsorship piece, the premium. And you're correct, was another advantage. Once you receive this expensive care where there's a deductible and co-insurance involved, you have to pay that because, again, it's waived for Native Americans in the Affordable Care Act. So it allows, and again, to take 10,000 people times 8,000, I think it's more like 80 million a year. It's just not there is no tribe that can come up with the revenue from any source that they want to draw from that can provide a full benefit insurance, unlimited benefits to every tribal member. There's just not enough money to do it. So what you can do, though, is provide a limited benefit that will meet the needs of 80% of the membership in any given year for things that are real preventive care, that, access to annual checkups, or to symptoms that you have and you need to go to a doctor to see what the problem is, or prescription drugs that you need to treat something, or dental coverage for x-rays and cleanings and fillings, and the same with vision. So you're correct. There's no way this program can ever afford to pay for the $200,000 claim.
Mr.
The other,
Harris,
you're talking about 80%. And on this second page of what I'm reading, it says, all services are based on a first come, first served basis and will be subject to the approved budget. And one of the downsides to this is if we approved a budget and there was not enough in that budget, then the needs might be partially met. I'm looking at this as a partially met, because we have a lot of needs. We have a high-risk population among the American Indians. I have worked in diabetes education. I've seen the numbers, and we have a lot of people on dialysis, and that's a very high cost that Medicare wouldn't even pay for a long time. And Medicare, even the best of insurances, only pays 80%. And you're talking about that deductible. And, a lot of times, even with the best of insurances, the deductible has to be met first before the insurance company kicks in and starts paying. And I'm used to looking at a lot of this stuff because I'm a nurse, I have been for 40 years, and so is Jeff. And we deal with a lot of insurances, and I don't know, I just have a lot of questions.
Well, just on that one point, this plan is secondary to any other plan, including Medicare, Medicaid, and any insurance that you maybe work somewhere and they provide health
So
insurance.
this might be like a gap insurance.
And it has $1,000 deductible. So for that member, it's going to pay the deductible or the co-insurance. And you're correct. So that's why it's designed to try to those tribal members who have no other insurance, and your IHS clinic is providing all the care it can for the local tribal members who can access that care, but maybe not to the tribal members in Missouri or Arizona or whatever who live 100 miles away from the location of the clinic. They don't have access to clinic care, in my opinion, but they do have healthcare needs. And this card is good anywhere, anytime, at any provider.
Mr. Harris, I have a question. I think everybody in this room probably knows somebody that has the Affordable Care Act coverage. I know some people that have that, and they couldn't afford is it the copay or the deductible?
Deductible, co-insurance.
Yeah, they couldn't even afford to get sick because they said they couldn't afford the deductible, I guess, for the affordable health care. So let's suppose that you're already doing this, obviously. So it's
Right.
it's not like we're reinventing the wheel or somewhere. I think
Correct.
that we need to take a look at something, insurance for our people. There's no question that our people need some, whether it's subsidized coverage or auxiliary coverage or whatever we want to label it, because everybody in this room that's a Native American has grown up on socialized medicine, me included. I can remember going up there sitting at that old hospital up there, but Northeastern, under them damn trees up there all day long. I'm old enough to remember that. And I know that we have people that go up here and sit for 8 hours at a time, when if we had something like this, and I'm correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, I'm not a subject matter expert. You guys are, it sounds like. But if you had something like this, we would have that eliminate that 8-hour setup there to get in the urgent care at Hastings. They could go to some other facility, and this would offset the affordable care copay.
If it costs less than $5,000.
Well, that's yeah, but that's what he's saying. I
coverage.
understand that, but if you don't have it, how are you going to go any other way? I'm just asking questions. Go ahead.
Okay, so regarding Health and Human Services, we are allocated $100,000 to try to meet some of the needs that you were just talking about. So under our health policy, we're able to pick up some of their deductible. up to $750 for tribal members' deductibles. We help with dentures. We help with glasses. We help with medication that is not a narcotic. So if we're looking at this, for me, simplistically, if we're going to look at that, we can put more money towards the Health and Human Services budget to meet these needs that we're talking about. $100,000 does not go very far when we're looking at our tribal members' healthcare needs, because that also pays for their gas back and forth to doctor's appointments. So if this insurance, what we're looking at for the insurance is already covering what we're doing, we could put more money towards the Health and Human Services budget to pick up more deductibles, maybe a higher insurance eyeglasses allotment. What we are missing in Health and Human Services is hearing aids. We have a problem getting hearing aids for our members because they are so expensive. So we can look at moving some money over to that budget to help pay for that. It sounds like basically what and correct me if I'm wrong, what your insurance plan is kind of doing the same thing that we have in Health and Human Services right now, just you provide a card and a higher budget for it.
Well, if I might ask, how does the member get reimbursed for those expenses?
We don't reimburse, we pay directly to the provider. So
in any state for any member?
And not at this time, because the funding that we have, again, is only $100,000 coming out of our Oklahoma Motor Fuels funding. So that is the other caveat that we're looking at is we have a budget that is very small and it is tied to Oklahoma right now for that reason, because of where the funding comes from.
That's good, but that goes back to what Mr. McConchie said. If we put 10 million over there, I'm just going to throw some numbers out. And when that's expended, then we go back to Miller Fuels money, correct?
Yes, you're going to, and my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong in hearing this, we only have this money until the end of the year. If we go and look at this plan, we're going to run into the same thing.
But what we're talking about is setting up I'm just saying what he's talking about here is setting up a budget that's reoccurring, and then it's funded the year after other by business of your tribe, I guess.
Well, it assumes that the tribe has enterprises that generate money.
Yeah, that's what.
And that
we don't have a casino. We don't have a casino right now.
Yeah, but
we used to have one, and there's about 153 million that tiptoed out of this place in the last 5 or 6 years that we're going to have to try to figure out. And they could have probably had some of this stuff. You see, so what we're talking about today is trying to get something for the future for these little children, my grandkids, and some of these people's grandkids here. That's what we're trying to.
But I could make one other comment, I guess, for you to think about. Thank you for that clarification. This program can be sub-designed to say we're going to implement for children only from birth to age 18. Or it can say we're going to implement phase 1 for elders only, age 55 and up.
So it's flexible.
It's so flexible that there is no, and that's why I always hate to give an example, because that's exactly what it is. It can go in so many different directions based on the council and your decision about where's the real need. Maybe we don't need it for everyone. Maybe we need it primarily for elders, or maybe we need it primarily for children. I mean, that's a way to move into it. But I agree that it sounds like there's some other programs that the tribe has. And again, we come here to present an idea for you to consider, not really trying to sell it.
I understand. I appreciate that. And we certainly appreciate everything you Jack. Do we have a needs assessment to who needs the insurance the most? I mean, you're the human services director.
No, but it would be easy to complete. But what I can tell you is walking through those stores, I can tell you what the need is. And
Based on our head count or whatever, I mean.
Yeah, and
for
based
lack of
on-
a better word, head count, that's not really good.
Yeah,
but the
and
numbers,
based on the applications that comes through, the applications that our council members sends through, I mean, I get questions regarding ambulance copays when they're picked up from an ambulance, and they're responsible for
right.
that. Even with Medicaid and Medicare, there's an ambulance cost.
I think we've determined, and there obviously is a need.
Yes,
How
there
we're
is
going to
a
meet
need.
that need is what we're discussing here. And Mr. Harris, if you don't have anything else to present, is there any other documentation, or would it be wise for us to maybe to talk with some of these other tribes that you've already got this plan going, to maybe get some information? Or is that even permissible? I don't know if they'd even talk to us or not.
My Terry Parton over at the Wichita affiliate.
Yeah, I know her.
She's be happy to talk to you.
Okay,
about
good. All right, we might reach out to her and see how that program is working for them.
Yeah, and it's again, a thought, an idea, and I fully expect and would expect the council to consider it, kick it around, discuss it. We happy to come back and try to clarify anything.
I got
that
one
you
more
might-
question. Is there a cancer policy that can be added? Because we have had a lot of people that never had a cancer policy that has passed away, and unfortunately, if they'd had it, it probably would still be alive today.
Cancer would be a covered service under the medical and prescription drug, but with the limitations. A cancer policy is something that's generally sold in the marketplace by like an Aflac.
Okay.
They have a cancer policy, and it pays so much, indemnity. Again, even those policies will say we pay this much, $5,000, we pay $3,000 or whatever.
Right,
And it has a premium that has to be paid monthly.
right. Yeah, we had that. I used
So-
to have that when I taught.
This is a little different approach where it's
Okay.
doesn't involve insurance companies or a policy. It is strictly controlled by the council and the UKB, and at the direction and the need as defined by the council, and within the budget that's allocated by the council.
And what is the cost for this?
Well, the cost is, our administration cost, we do get an administration cost to administer. In other words, claims are filed by providers to us. We process them, we pay them, and we get a check out to those providers based on the policy or the benefits. And we get a fee for doing that. And the fee we've shown in this is $2.50 per member per month. That's for what we're talking about at this point. That's negotiable too, I'm sure, if we really came down to it. But
Okay.
that's the only income or revenue we receive out of is a pure administration cost.
You say $2.50, is that per
Per
everything you do?
Per member, and we do enrollments, issue ID cards, process claims, answer questions, pay providers, and work with providers to clarify any payment. So just like a Blue Cross would do, I keep bringing them back because I'm sure everyone's
Right.
familiar with, but you get the card and then they handle everything after that. And
Hey,
that's really in a self-funded plan, that's what a third-party administration company does.
I got a question. You mentioned something outside our jurisdiction here. Our human services only applies for immediate people that come in here. Let's suppose we have a member that lives in, I don't know, say Alaska or somewhere.
Covered.
Would this cover it? If they had this card, they could utilize it to go to a doctor there, or
Yep.
just? Okay. I had an incident one time. I lived in Montana, and no way I could get any IHS services. I had to live on the reservation.
Right.
So I didn't live on the reservation at that time, and my daughter got sick, so I had the out-of-pocket.
It's a good point. One of the reasons that one of the big issues that we were trying to address is that so many people live far enough away
Yeah.
from the IHS facility, they just can't physically get to it to get a benefit. I mean, if they were there and close and went, then all the people within 30, 40 miles of that facility yes, they have easy access in and out, but when you get beyond that, it's not much benefit.
Thank you for that. I don't have
Just-
any, go ahead.
Just a reminder, remember with the motor fuels, and I was reminded about this, that right now, because of the funding, is still income-based. So we are losing some of the ability to help our tribal members because of the
Well, motor-
restrictions of the funding.
The motor fuels is a very bad issue with me. So I
So,
think I've expressed that in the last 3 years here because we're getting robbed on the motor fuels as far as I'm concerned,
Well, I deal with-
comparably to the other tribes.
Well, I deal with what I'm giving with it, and then the other part of it is, have you had any issue with a doctor not accepting it outside of the area?
Sometimes a physician will, when they get the card, they'll call to confirm it because it's a different, but it looks just like an insurance card and has our phone number on the back to call for eligibility and benefits, just like any other insurance company would do. All the doctor's offices almost routinely anymore, before they even treat someone, they'll call the insurance company. What's the, what have they met their deductible, and what's their co-insurance? What is the benefit before they even do anything? And we're no different. But once physicians and doctor offices see it a time or two, then that's accepted. But, in California, they probably never heard of our third-party administrator in Oklahoma. So.
Right, Mr. Harris, I think
All right.
we kind of come to our end here, and we certainly appreciate you bringing this to our attention. This is something that, we want to hear. We want to hear these presentations, and the council has to discuss these. And
You bet.
but we appreciate your time, and thank you for your input. And if we want to talk to some other people, that'll be in what the council wants to do here. You understand this?
Oh,
You're dealing with-
absolutely. Be happy at your discretion. If there's no more question, I'll excuse myself from the meeting.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, the chief made it. Thank you, chief, for showing up. We were kind of getting worried about you there. So I'm going to turn the meeting back over to you, chief.
Well, good morning, council, and everyone. I apologize for my delay. Unfortunately, I had an item I needed to attend to, and with that, we're going to go through this and come together. Where did we go? You didn't do the chief's address or anything of that, so.
What we did was we put that item number 4 on hold, and of course, that's your address. What we did,
Item 5.
we went to item 5. We tabled that. So what we did, we started doing presentations before we do any reports to council. We had 3 presentations.
Okay.
That gentleman was one of them. And so what we decided to do was go ahead and move forward, and it's however you want to move forward. But if we get these other 2 presentations out of the way, then
Right.
perhaps your address, and then we
Okay.
can move to.
Well, in saying that, I'm just going to make one comment. After the meeting, I'll send you my address, and we'll go from there. And we've got a golden opportunity today. We have to come together. We have to look at some things. We've got some issues that are hanging out there, and as a group, we need to come together and look at these things and how the most benefit we can get for our tribal members and go forward. And with that, I'm going to go on. We're going down to the next presentation. Are we doing this with the folks out there, or are we going back to what's on the agenda at this time? 2 more presentations. I want to be the 3rd presentation. Okay, who's next?
The Light Horse has a presentation.
Hello, my name's Dave Huggard. I'm with Johnson Controls out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're an international company, and the presentation that I'm going to have is going to be on access control or controlled access for the whole tribal complex. The purpose is to keep people out of places where they're basically not supposed to be. Okay, so a good example is putting readers on the buildings. I'm sorry, putting readers on the buildings to Me too, I couldn't hear from back there. Readers on the buildings to keep people out of the buildings that don't belong there. Okay, so a good example would be like, to start off with, take this building right here. Okay, what I figured was putting readers on all the exterior doors. Okay, there might be people that are authorized to come into this building, say through the front door, but only the security or the janitorial people, the maintenance people come in through the side doors. Maybe they're the only ones that can get in there. If you go into a door though that's locked down, you've got to use your reader. It's going to log who goes in there and the time that they go in there. Okay, so for like this building this morning, say that the building's locked down, you want the front doors to open at 9 o'clock in the morning. You're going to have a security person up here passing out whatever they need to. The building would unlock for, say, 3 hours from, say, 9 o'clock till noon. People can come in and out. Okay, you wouldn't even need to have your badge with you. You could, due to the fact that all tribal members are welcome, you could have people coming in and out. Or if you wanted to know who's here, you could leave the doors locked down, have people use their cards to get in. You've got somebody calls you and says, hey, what about this? And you say, well, you were at the meeting, you heard, exactly what happened. Okay, the other thing is that you're not going to need keys with this system. Okay, so if you've got 200 keys out to a building, which is kind of common anymore, you're not going to need, and somebody's coming in or whatever, you don't know who they are, you got to change the locks, reissue new keys, that goes by the wayside. Okay. The other thing about this also is I visited the museum, and there was one or two things that were missing from over there, and there's no way to track who's been in there or how this got taken. So like on the museum, you would have all the exterior doors, and then you would have the interior doors on the museum part. Okay, so if you're familiar with the building, the one end of it, you have a lot of community meetings in there. I'm not sure what all, if it's, whatever it is, but different meetings in the one side, and they really had no business opening up the museum side, have people going into that area whenever they're using the one portion of the building. So you could leave that locked down, open the doors, for the one area whenever you have the meeting, leave the rest of it locked down. There's one area over there that I think probably needs to be locked down all of the time. And anybody that goes in there should log in because it's a higher security area. The same way on the tribal building, it's kind of split into two sections to where you can log who goes into each section and when they go in there. Okay, I'm just kind of going through this, so, okay.
How we're relating this to COVID deal is because of, we have this need also, but we can also use it to control anybody and everybody that's coming in and out of our building. One of the things we looked at is putting an intercom with at the front door with a camera, so you know who's at the door, and if somebody you needs to speak with somebody, it will relay to. We can have two different stations in the federal programs building, so they can talk to somebody directly. And if they need to speak with, say, Jennifer in Human Services or Ronnie or somebody, they can go get that person. Georgia can get that person and have them to go out there and talk to that. With what's going on, it's a way to kind of restrict, but still have that contact that we need to have with our people. Other side of that is we still got to control who's in and out of our buildings. That's been a need for a long time. As you all know, we've talked about keys. We do not know who has keys out there, or we didn't get keys back when employees were left or terminated or whatever. This will eliminate that. With this system, employees will be able to come in a side door and go straight to their offices and not have to go, go through the main part of the building or whatever. With this also, this will be here after, this is long, we're all long gone. It'll be here after December 31st. It will be the tribe system. We will be able to control that and set up the parameters or however we want to set them up. But, this, we did it. We got quotes for all of our buildings with cameras and the speakers on all of our buildings. So,
Thank you.
but other than that, it's a need that we've had. It's just another way to protect the tribe and the tribe's assets, which is what my job is to do, is to help protect that and the people inside. Now, with what's going on in the world, the way it was before, anybody could come in a side door, basically, in our federal programs building and do whatever. This will eliminate that. That door will remain locked unless you got a key card to get in that side door. You ain't getting in.
Charlie, you even said that in the last presentation that you could even lock somebody out to like have a certain amount. So if I came up, I should be walking in the front door anyway.
Yes.
So I shouldn't be coming in the side.
No.
So if I come in and I got a key card, you could set it up to where I couldn't even come in the side door, that I would have to come in the front.
Yes.
So I like that there.
We can individualize this and set them up, as far as elected officers, you have access 24/7. Directors, however we wanted to set that up, we can set it up. If they want to have 24/7 access, they have 24/7 access. The normal employee, Monday through Friday, 6 to 6. So they won't be able to, they can't come in before 6 a.m. and they won't be able to access after 6 p.m. So there is that type of control with this system. And it can be individualized to each person or department or however we want to do it. But it's a need that the way things are going, that I think we need to have.
I have a question. Is this like a one-time cost or is it ongoing?
It's a one-time cost.
A one-time
There
cost?
is a maintenance fee that it's an annual fee and it covers maintenance. You're within the Tulsa area, so you pay the same thing as somebody in Tulsa. So it's really a good deal for you for guaranteed maintenance.
But
There's
it's
that option also.
the initial cost is what the biggest part of it. But, but other
It's
than
just a maintenance agreement.
Okay,
So-
because a lot of these security places, you pay like a monthly fee.
Right.
and that's so if they can come out and work on it if something breaks.
This is basically like they have at the hospital where people have it hanging around their neck.
Yes.
They just do it and go in
Let me
and out.
Walk around if I could and just show you. This
yeah.
is, and there's a printer and the cards are included in this.
So this
also.
is given, it's like absolute power to our security system. I mean, you're going to control who goes in and out at different times.
We set it up.
Right.
We set it up.
But I mean,
however
basically it's absolute power.
Yes.
Okay, now, when this thing, if the director let's suppose you got directors set up at 8 to 6. When they leave that building at 6 o'clock, that door is not going to be opened again.
Correct.
Except by you or whoever you program.
Right.
I'm just going with the point here, just bear with me.
Right, yes.
And that building is locked. So there's no way that anybody can walk over and pull that door and it comes open.
Correct.
Because I mean, we have that happen right now. That if we don't check the doors around, people forget to lock them.
This also has door contacts on the doors to where, say that somebody came in here and you'd have a record of them coming in, but they prop a back door open.
Right.
Okay, due to fire codes, you have to be able to get out the door, but say they prop a door open, you could set it up to where if a door stays propped open more than a minute or 3 minutes
There's an
or
alarm.
whatever, it's gonna alarm.
It activates and lets you know that door's open.
Right,
Okay.
But
I had another question on your maintenance, your annual maintenance fee.
yes.
Is that kind of like an insurance? Because anything mechanical is going to break down.
Yeah.
I've been around, like these septic systems, that they have to maintain them every year. So your annual maintenance fee covers, if we have a door that, I don't know how they run off of it. You guys send a serviceman out here that address that situation.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it's guaranteed maintenance.
So how much is your yearly maintenance fee?
It depends on the amount of doors and the amount of equipment. It's all included in
Okay.
the proposal.
So if, just say for instance, we have an issue, we're paying a maintenance fee, are we still charged fees for you to come out?
Yes, yes. It's going to be a licensed technician that comes out. And here again, you're going to have a printer with this system, and it's kind of a big part of the system, but you're going to come up with whatever you want on your card. If it were me, I would probably put your tribal logo on it, UKB, or, something maybe brief, but I just want to show you my card. It's got a small picture on it, but you could actually put a larger picture on it. This is what I use to get into my business every morning. So, and they've restricted me. They've restricted me also on, COVID-19. But like I said, you can make the picture bigger, you can change it if you want. The card is your identity though. I mean, it is what identifies you. The only, I'm sorry, the only place where there's a difference is at the daycare. And the daycare has locks on all their doors, but on their front door, they're going to have a reader keypad. And the keypad, the readers could be used for employees. The keypads could be used for parents who have children in there. You may not want to issue them cards. A keypad would identify each person that comes in there. And to me, the daycare is one of the main areas of concern. I've worked with the Creek tribe, and I've worked with the Cherokee tribe some. But on the Creek tribe, the start of their access control system on their grounds was because of a split up marriage where the dad came and wanted to pick up the kids, and he wasn't authorized to, but he came in and took them anyway. And so that's what started the whole, if you haven't had anything like this is a proactive thing to that, because it's going to happen with families. I mean, somebody's going to get upset over the kids at some time. So, like I said, everything is on time zones for the doors. You're going to have different groups where, say that everybody that works in the daycare gets there between 8 o'clock and work at least before 6. You'd have a group that would do that. You might have another group that's able to come in after that and clean or whatever. So you're in control of the entire system, of the schedules and what authority different people
You
have.
mentioned a voice activated, is that like a speaker?
No, it's intercom.
Yeah, an intercom, that's what.
Intercom with a camera.
That would
on
be
it.
at each door or entrance of each building, I guess,
Yes.
or the main entrance, I guess.
Yes.
Now, we have a camera, we currently have cameras at the main entrances of our door, like, I guess we have one at the museum. I heard you say there's some things missing from the museum. I hope it wasn't artifacts, but, we'll find out about that later, I guess. But with your system, we'll know who's going in and out these doors.
Yes.
And we currently have video, we can see who comes up to the door. This would, I'm assuming your proposal has the intercom system with it. I guess.
Yes, it's a video intercom, and when you step up there, it's going to show the picture and actually what's kind of around you also. And then it'll go into a station. The director over at the museum, her office would be where the one would be there for the front door.
Right.
That way someone came up there that.
A lot of your buildings in big metropolitan areas have this at the vestibule or somewhere. Somebody lives on the 27th floor, they can push a button, they see you standing, they know who you are, and you tell them who you are.
Right.
They'll push a button and let you in. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yes. Any other questions?
Who would be monitoring the doorbell? Will it be at Light Horse or will it be
We
at the
have,
reception center.
at Federal or Community Service Building, I asked for two separate places that it can go. If Georgia comes back, one would be her desk where she can look. And then the other one, we can put, maybe in Joyce's office or to Amanda or somebody if.
Yeah, they don't have anything to do.
No, I mean, but if Georgia's out, we can put it somewhere else in case somebody will answer it, so.
And this is also tied into the surveillance equipment as well, correct?
It's not tied into the current surveillance system, but it just adds another layer to that to help.
In the event we bring in more buildings and want that set up in those buildings as well.
Yes, you would.
The capabilities are there. We don't have very much startup at the next point.
On the size of the access system, there's none whatsoever.
Yeah.
So.
And the reason on the design of the community service, like he says, it's based on the doors, and there's 12 exterior doors on just that one building. And then, it's, of course, we've all found them unlocked, someone here or something there. So that is where we incur the most cost.
Well, certainly, I think that would be something that we really need to look at as far as that goes. Thank you for that. Unless there's any other questions,
Mr.
Yes.
Dave, is that your first name?
Yes.
I didn't get your last name.
Huggard, Huggard.
Okay. Let me ask you this. I'm assuming that you're not the only company that provides this kind of service. Or are you the leading company in the industry? Or?
We do for one, U.S. Marshal Service.
Right.
And that's kind of where Charlie got our name from.
Okay.
But we're one of the largest and
have you got clients in the area here that we could, use as a reference, or I'm sure you can provide that if we need to do
yeah, we've got quite a few. I
Okay.
can send those to Charlie and you can check us out. One of them is Bank of America, if you've heard of them. We've got some really big accounts.
I don't like them.
Yeah, I know. They used to have the mortgage on my house. So.
all right, here we go. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Anybody's got any questions, you can probably filter them to Charlie and I can get them answered for you. So.
Are we gonna, yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Are we all gonna have copies of that information, or is it just like we need to look at it now and?
I can make copies, pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just, I just kind of like it summarized. I'd like to kind of find out what it's about, how much it is, what the cost is, the maintenance and things like that.
It's broke down.
Yeah, there's a proposal and an agreement in there to decide to go with it.
Okay, so you've already put together the estimate for all of the
Yeah.
buildings and area.
And he's got drawings now, the ones that I did. Some of them I didn't have the sketch for the building, so it's a box with 4 different doors on it or 3 different doors on it. This is, like I said, it's basically a box on my drawing.
Yeah,
It's got these
just give
2
me a
doors,
summarized copy
the
of
door
this.
over
That's
here.
all I want. I don't need to look at all of it.
So, and there may be more contacts than there are readers, and one of the reasons is there's a contact on each one of your double doors. And the tribal building has so many doors that we just put contacts on some of the doors. There's a lot of doors in that building.
Yeah.
And here again, for fire code reasons, it's like you have pull stations on these doors. Those doors have to be there. And they have to be accessible to get out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Huggard, thank you for your presentation.
Good.
Would anybody happen to have?
Okay, council, this is, like I addressed earlier, this is Becky Haddock, and her proposal was for the disbursements of the CARES Act, 24 million. What is it? She's.
George,
I didn't understand. Can you read it again, what her topic is?
Miss Becky,
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your
yeah.
time today.
if
I
you'll
was
go, if you'll kind of give a summary Because they just want a summary of your
Absolutely.
presentation.
Yes. Okay. I am Becky Haddock, and I own B&M Consulting Firm. I am a native to Cherokee County. My father was a deputy sheriff here. He was chief of police at Holbert. Just trying to give you a background of who I am. I hold a criminal justice degree and with a minor in legal studies from Northeastern State University. I graduated magna cum laude in 2011. I have been a banker most of my career. I was a loan officer, kind of worked my way up through the ranks, started out in collections, worked my way up to loan officer to assistant vice president of Armstrong Bank. I resigned in 2016 from Armstrong Bank, and I'm the owner of Four Feathers Plumbing and also B&M Consulting Firm. I'm also an AFLAC agent. I just wanted to, I made a proposal after learning about what the tribe was needing. I am not a Native American, but I do have a love for natives. I grew up in Holbert. My best friends were natives. I learned their culture, their beliefs, and I love them. I just love the culture. My children are both native. My daughter was actually named her Cherokee name by Lucille Moore, and she named her Walela. My love for the people of the tribes, not just the tribes but our community, is the reason why that I'm here today. I am very interested in helping the tribe of the UKB disperse the funds to better the lives of the UKB members. I would love the opportunity to be able to serve the tribe in some manner or fashion to be able to better the lives of the tribal members of the UKB. My proposal, initially I didn't realize that there was a deadline. So in my initial proposal, I was talking about investing money, which would not be irrelevant for what we're needing here, since there is a deadline of December 31st. That would not make any sense. But there is some things that, as me working for B&M and working in the community, that I have seen, and just from being in finance and helping elders throughout the years, I have assisted elders with the UKB and their programs, and I have assisted, elders in other programs as well. But what my proposal is for the tribal members is funding grants for small businesses to help them grow, to help the UKB, their members, grow as entrepreneurs. Also, during this pandemic that we're in, COVID-19, there's many jobs that's been affected. And, I in my proposal, I have, to disperse funds to the tribal members, based upon their family sizes and their needs. I mean, to supplement their income in this state of emergency that we're in, that we've never faced before. If the leaders of the world are very concerned, that the individuals are more concerned and they're scared. And, as a community and as a tribe, I mean, that's what I love about the tribes, is that they get together and they implement some type of, support for their members. And that's what I was implementing. I realized that there is some concern about taxes issues and different brackets, and there's some time frame constraints, because that would take an act of Congress to be able to get those money, that funding waived. And that was something I did propose, but with the time restraints, that is an issue. So that's something that would have to be discussed, and that's something that, I've been in contact with Mark Wayne Mullins' office with B&M Consulting Firm, and I'm, proposing about veterans for a proposal right now with Congress. So I do know and have, knowledge of how to make things work, but I do, also have knowledge and knowing that it takes time, and that's something that you don't have right now. I mean, with that deadline. And so I just wanted to implement some things that I thought would be something that you could come together quickly and be able to fund. And in doing that, I did speak with some natives in our community. I have reached out to several people and asked some questions about what would help you, as people, as tribal members, what would help you? And some things that they mentioned, I mentioned education. I think education's important on all levels. That was my main thing in my proposal was education. I think that like funding grants and helping people to better themselves is bettering the lives of, the tribe, their people, and educating them where they can go out in the community and they can help others. I mean, with, just learning how to grow and be productive citizens. But some things that some people had mentioned was drug rehab. And our drug rehab program that we have right now implemented is designed to fail. That in my criminal law classes, we all discuss this. I think that the UKB could really do well by the citizens to implement a program that would work, that would not fail. I mean, because they do not stay in rehab long enough for them to be able to adjust, and because they just need longer time, because whenever you have an addiction, those endorphins in your brain, they come back, and then they tell that person they need that drug. Well, they're already out of rehab and they're back in society again, and they're having all of these withdrawals. Well, they were already doomed from the start. They didn't even have a start. I mean, they didn't even have a fair chance. And I think that's something that the UKB could really implement and get with Cindy Farmer, get with the people that have worked with with drug rehab and understands and knows what is effective. Another thing that was addressed was homelessness, which I don't know like how many UKB members are homeless, but I do know that a lot of Native Americans are, because I come humble. I'm not trying to say, I'm any better than anyone else, but, I was just in Jose's one day, and a Native American come up and he said, "I'm hungry. I have $1. And I said, "Would you please just get him whatever he wants, and I'll pay for it." But everyone else just ignored him. I mean, they turned their head, they talked amongst themselves, but they just ignored him. And, I just take notice in those things. I don't know much about him or but I did talk to him a little bit, and I gave him some resources and things that could help him. And I just feel like that homelessness is an issue, and it's becoming a bigger issue. Parenting classes and marriage classes, and also people with, elders like need help with their, with filling out paperwork, like for stimulus. I know that a lot of elders that I worked with in the banking, they needed help balancing their checkbook. They needed help, like just somebody helping them to pay their bills, because they just didn't know or didn't understand about how to make their money work, because they was just given, money once a month. And if they spend it at the beginning of the month, then what else are they going to do? So, I just thought, in some of that funding, help the elders, like with their, bills and their balancing of their checkbooks, and, have workers help them fill out their stimulus information, because they just don't understand, like a lot of people just don't understand. And today, I just kind of wanted to say this because I always put God before everything. And I prayed before I came here today. And I just thought that this was appropriate, because I turned to Proverbs 4:1-2. Get wisdom at any cost. Listen, my son, to a father's instruction. Pay attention and gain understanding. I give you sound learning. So I think that in all things, we just need to, to pray and think about what would be best for the elders. And I'm very in tune with the community, and I really enjoy working with the elders, and I just wanted to make this proposal today of what I thought would be good, for the UKB, for their tribal members, for the people. The other thing that, I was listening to the information about the insurance. Through B&M, I have helped many people. Even my ex-husband, my daughter are both on marketplace insurance through, they have billboard signs saying it's tribal insurance. It's not really tribal insurance. I mean, it was passed through Obamacare, and it's, the Affordable Care Act through Marketplace. Marsha Clinton has been just extraordinary to help me and my clients, because so many people doesn't even realize that they can get the Affordable Care Act, and they can still, they can go to through Blue Cross and Blue Shield. You can go to any doctor. My ex-husband and my daughter have no deductibles, and they have no co-pays. I do. I'm not Native, but Natives get they get extra provisionary credit where people that are not Native don't. So in saying that, everybody that I have helped has been able to get the same thing that my ex-husband and my daughter has, and they can get Blue Cross and Blue Shield, no deductible, no copay. They can also get dental. Vision and hearing is not a part of that. And so, some things that he was talking about today, Aflac can help with cancer policies, and they have amazing policies, and they've helped so many people in the community. So in that, I just close with, I would love the opportunity to be able to help in some kind of capacity with the UKB, with the, at whatever capacity that may be. I would love the opportunity to be able to help, and with my knowledge, be able to help the tribe and its people, to better the people, to better the lives of the people. I have a lot of connections and a lot of knowledge on this area. I can't pretend like I know everything that's going on at the UKB, because I don't, and I do not propose that at all. But my only proposal is that I would love the opportunity. And in saying that, that is all that I have, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
I've got a question for you, Ms. Haddock. Haddock? Is it Haddock?
Haddock, yes.
Haddock, okay. A couple of questions, actually. I like what you had to say there. Your husband and your children.
His ex-husband.
Well, ex-husband, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But the insurance that they're subsidizing, I guess, with, is there a premium they have to pay, or does somebody pick that premium?
Absolutely not. How that works is that it's based upon your income. We were owners of Four Feathers Plumbing. Todd also works for Gibbs Plumbing. So we had, both of those, and we were still able to qualify for. Now, my daughter didn't qualify for Sooner Care. That's the first thing that they do whenever you go in. They'll say, does the children qualify for Sooner Care? Do you qualify for Sooner Care?
But what's the company that sets them up with this? Is there a company, you own the company?
No, I do not own the company, sir. No, it's through Marketplace Insurance.
Okay.
And what I propose, for the UKB is that we have somebody, not we, but you, have somebody that is knowledgeable, like Marcia Clinton, that works for Cherokee Nation. The Marketplace Insurance has nothing to do with the tribe at all. But there is like 2 billboards up that says, something about Native American insurance. It's not Native American insurance. I mean, that's the same thing Marcia Clinton says. It's not. But another thing that I would like to address is that the elders don't understand Medicare either. And I was just working with the elder the other day and calling about them. And that's something that, as a tribe can, educate elders on what they need to do, have some seminars, because people don't know what they don't know. And they're penalizing, Medicare is penalizing her for not signing up at 64 and a half whenever she had no idea she was supposed to sign up. You can't know what you don't know. But, through the tribe, I just make a proposal that you educate the elders. I mean, there's so many ways that you can do that, and it's so unfair for them to not, for them to be penalized for something that they had no idea what they were supposed to be doing in the first place. And so, in talking to her, I'm meeting with Marcia Clinton next Tuesday at 10 o'clock, and I'm taking her in. And we're going to sit down and we're going to get her set up on Medicaid. We're going to get her set up on Medicaid. She can't have Medicare.
Okay, that's good. I get your point.
Yeah.
Let me ask you another question here. You mentioned helping tribal members have an entrepreneurial spirit to develop business, small businesses.
Yes.
And I know that that's a allowable cost in this, or an expendable cost in this program, or this CARES Act money. So let's suppose that we've got out of our 13,000 plus members, we've got say half of those, 6,000, that wants to start a small business, but they don't have any idea how to do a business plan. You understand what I mean? Does your company offer that service to develop a business plan?
Absolutely.
Let me give you an example. I see a gentleman in the crowd, and I'm not going to point him out, but he has a successful business in greenhouse. I think it's growing greens and things of that nature. But our tribal members, some of them live way back in the hills, and we've looked at this, trying to find those that are wanting to get into a business, because they're so far back out there that there's no industry, close by where they could go and make a better living for themselves. Mm-hmm. So let's suppose that one of them wanted to put in it's like a hydroponic or something similar to that they might just want to be able to work at home. That's a very good thing for a lot of them, and they could put in a business. And would your company be able to help them set up with a business plan and go through that? Because this has to be done by December 30th. So we'd have to swarm 6,000 people, like a SWAT team. I don't know if everybody understands the magnitude, but I like what you're saying, because I know from growing up out there in them bushes, and that business plan development and things of that nature that has to be put into place. Sometimes there's a 5-year turnaround before you ever see, any return on your investment. So does your company provide that service for people?
Absolutely. But my proposal today is to be able to, I would like to be able to be employed by the UKB. I would still be able to run my business. I can do that at any hour. I can do that. But I would like to be able to help you to implement those things. I would like to be employed by the UKB, to be able to address those things and to help people. I have, revised many plans, and, with the resources that I have, I could help them. There is a small business development center that Northeastern.
Yeah, we all know about that, but
Yeah.
you made a presentation here, and no disrespect, I'm just
Yeah.
wanting you to, I want to
I
clarify.
I would be able to help either way.
Okay,
I mean,
let me give you another example. I know a tribal member that was working for an auto mechanic service or, auto service. And due to this pandemic, obviously their people wouldn't bring in their vehicles in, and so they got laid off, and so his income went down. But this gentleman would qualify to start his own auto repair service. You see where I'm going with this? So that's an entrepreneurial spirit. If he wants to start his own company, but he don't have the good credit to go to a lending institution like Armstrong Bank you mentioned there. You've been in that industry. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
So this is an opportunity for us to help that type of person, whether it be an auto body repair, maybe a tire store or something. These are small businesses that are allowable expendable cost. So what I'm understanding is you have that ability with your company to maybe contract. I know you want to go to work. You made it real clear you want to go work for us, but
either way. I mean, I could do it either way. Yes, I could do that. And right now for the small business people that already are in business, there's grants right now. I mean, I'm sure that you know that so many people have been able to benefit from that, but so many people doesn't know about it. So, it's I would be able to help you in your answer. Yes, sir.
Okay, Council, if there's not any other questions, thank you. You've been very informative.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haddock.
Okay, with that, Ms. Haddocks was the last one from what I understand. I'm gonna take the time and I'm gonna hand out something and let's go over it real quick. Basically, what I've got here is I've itemized this and talked about it as far as items for obligation. And what it is it's some of the things that we've already talked about and discussed. We as the council, we as the directors, we as the folks that are here today as well. But this thing has some numbers to it. And again, we've got a golden opportunity. We have some financials that we need to get ready to move. I think as the assistant chief would probably say, if he hadn't already said it, 174 days to work with this. Okay? When you look at that, we'll go through there. And basically, there's a couple of items that I left off this time, but that could be added as well, because what I'm showing here is $21,640,000 total bill. So that means there's about $2 million left over for that, if you would. Okay, the initial thing is, and that some of this, the top part of it, in the description part of it, the CARES Act consultant, the comptroller, the accounting firm, the lawyers and attorneys, the procurement specialists. These folks are going to have to happen. We're going to have these folks on board now. We need these folks because the day-to-day operations pulls everybody away. You and I, we don't have necessarily the knowledge and skill and ability to work what we're going to have to work with. This project is a data-driven project, and there's a lot of things happening that we need to move forward on this. So with that, I'd like to be able to set those expenditures aside, what you see, in the neighborhood of $333,780. Below that are items that will be necessary for the administration of the CARES Act funding additional to the day-to-day operation. Now, these are the project portions of what I suggest to the council at this time. Housing rehabilitation, I think the treasurer asked for about 2.5 million. I'm suggesting 3 million for that.
Chief, can I say something right quickly?
Yes.
So that's for the renovation
Yes,
and all
yes,
that to
yes.
give to housing?
Yes, yes. Now.
And you've got 3 million?
Yes, you had.
Okay.
You had 2.5 during our discussion.
Yeah,
I bumped it up to 3 million. Now, here's the issue. That's for expanding those homes. I think the CARES Act and the legislature clearly says for the expansion of homes due to the virus. And that's what this is going to be, expanding those homes out there, okay? Rather than just rehabilitation, right? It's just named a little bit different.
Well, I was going to give it to housing. I was going to make a motion to give it to housing because housing,
correct,
they
correct.
have the expertise,
Correct.
and they've been renovating and they've been building those little cottages. So, and I was going to raise it up to 3 million simply because they're going to have to hire people to do all that.
Yes, I agree.
But I'm glad that you've got that in there because
Okay.
I was going to make a motion for
Right.
that.
Okay, let's go
Because
to,
we need that.
Yes.
Our people need it. They have, they want to.
okay, the next item is 50 by 100 multi-purpose buildings. These are in the top populated areas of our tribe. Could be Tahlequah, Adair County, Delaware County, that sort of thing, where the top population is. Now, for the smaller districts, there's down a little bit further, there's 40 by 60 multi-purpose buildings for your areas. So you see the signs there. For the 5, that's 2.5 million. For the 4, that's 1.6 million. So those would be built, Salina, Vian, that sort of thing. Gouisque, and so on. Yes.
Let me ask a question here on these. It's a great idea. I don't see land acquisition cost. Are you planning on building these on land that we already have?
Yes, well, that we already have, and if needed be, we will purchase that land as well, because that's what that money, that large amount is set aside for at this time.
Do we have properties in all these counties that you're talking about building in?
I'm sorry?
Do we have properties in all of these areas that you're talking about building in? Because just say, for instance, in Gouisque District, do we have land? Do we have land?
We'll have to look at that. Yes, we'll have to look at that. Yeah, otherwise.
But I'm
we'll have to
asking,
purchase-
do we have land right now?
We do, but
We do?
there's some in Disney. There's a little portion in Disney.
Mhm.
These are smoke shop properties, so they may be as big as this building here.
Building in there.
Right.
Those smoke shops.
You can't do that. I agree. Yeah. But that doesn't mean we can't purchase it, right?
Have you already talked to the AG to see if we can do all these things? Because in the 3 million that I asked for, I did talk with an attorney, the housing attorney. So did you give this to the AG also?
Just now,
Let him
yes.
see?
He got it when you got it. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Now, I'm not saying this is all inclusive. Don't get me wrong. If these things can happen, that's a good start. That's something that we can look at and go for. The multi-purpose buildings, we'll kill many birds with one stone. Weddings, funerals, things of that nature. How about tutoring for the community? How about the web and its association with there? How about testing? How about we bring in tests? How about we have a mobile medical unit that comes to that piece and sets up right there? How about telemedicine? How about those things used in those buildings? We'll kill many birds with one stone. We could. Now, these all, let me go on down. A health department staff to guide us through where we need to go as a tribe for our health and our health needs. Okay? Generally, that's a director, a secretary, few staff, and they will map not only they will map out in the event the coronavirus returns or the measles or whatever the case may be. They will set us up a emergency preparedness plan. They will move us forward with that. Now, okay, I mentioned telehealth. From what I understand, the corporate board, you already have the plans and procedures for telehealth already in position. So that would be great. We could dub off that. Mobile clinic. We talked about a mobile clinic going and stationing at the community buildings. Computers for the multipurpose buildings, museum. I don't know whether that number's right. I set aside 500 for about 15,000 for 30 PCs to go into buildings, the multipurpose as well. Now we're going to talk about the automated doors for all buildings. I think the directors came up and said that that would be a good thing for us to do because you wouldn't be touching doorknobs. The threat of expanding that virus is gone with automated doors. Building expansions to the administration. The administration building, in addition to it, needs a roof. We can cover the patio area. It was great that we had the opportunity to use it, but whether the weather wasn't necessarily kind to us on different times. It was really wet, and I apologize for that. Nutrition building, it needs a new roof, and it also can be expanded for more activities as well. Two building housekeepers, additional help to come in to help sanitize and clean the buildings, those sorts of things. The key card we talked about a while ago, tutors, education setting. Somebody mentioned setting aside money for education. Now, those folks that had been displaced, those folks that because of their work environment may need to be retrained in different capacities, that would be what that sort of money would be set up for.
I think it's worth more than 1 million though, for education. I think the education needs are gonna be more than 1 million. I think we need to at least push about the same amount toward education as we are housing.
Okay, we've got about 2 million to work with now, so yeah, we can look at that additionally, yeah. So that could bump it up to 3. So juvenile detox center. Now I don't know how much. I'd have to look at that and see, but there's a big need for that. That's one of the key pieces that out in the community is not there, and I'm sure that part of the service could be utilized by our own folks. So that's a $2 million operation. Now, I said this wrong. I didn't know when I got to putting this down, a 10-unit elder coronavirus, and I said containment center. Now, I didn't mean it as we're going to contain the elders. We just have a place for them to stay until they get well or until they go back home. Didn't mean containment as a negative, but anyway, I put it down there anyway. So there you go.
That's the unit in Stillwell, right?
Yeah, right. That's the units in Stillwell. Yes. Okay. At first, we were informed that it was $500,000. Now it's 900,000. So we'll look at that.
Chief.
Yes.
This 3 million for housing, is that for people like who fall between the cracks that can't, that make too much and stuff like that? Can that money be used for that reason? Okay.
And see, that's a different pot of money, so we can use that whichever way we want.
We will
Well,
see.
I don't
Yes.
mean whichever way we want.
We will see.
But
That's the importance of a CARES Act consultant who will
Right.
tell us exactly what uses we have. Now, I know you have more suggestions as well. we tried to codify this. The main thing is, and there was an interesting point that Ms. Haddock's made, or the assistant chief made, was we didn't look at those folks that do want business, that do want to get involved with business. We can set aside the grant money for that, for economic development, no doubt. And so there's a piece that I'd like to revisit and talk about that again as well. So having said that, I'd like to see us go for sure, the top piece, the items for obligation, the CARES Act consultant, the controller, those monies set aside specifically for that. I do have some names as far as who could carry those duties and details out. One thing that I do want to ask as the council, now I know we have in stone in policy that Human Resources advertises internally for 7 days and externally for 7 days because of the 174-day time limit. I'd like to waive that. And we'd like to interview some folks that have those expertise, that do work in tribal government, that have the ability to do these things.
I'm opposed to waiving. And the reason that I say that is because if we want the best people in there, we need to get the most qualified, and we shouldn't be handpicking people.
I grant you. The folks that I would suggest, they have the credentials, they have the education.
Well, then let
they
them
have
apply
the-
for it, and if they're the most qualified, then they get the job.
Yeah, we need to at least have a application process for,
Right.
put a limit on it though, like 5 days or, 2
Yeah,
weeks.
we can
something like-
speed up the
Yeah,
process
we can
just
speed up the
because-
process, but skipping the whole process altogether, it's not the right thing to do.
Well, would you explain again where you've got 550 by 100 multi-purpose building and then 440 by 60?
Yes. Those are-
Why do you need 9? Why do we need 9?
There's 9 districts. Each district has a building.
Okay.
Tahlequah has
Now-
buildings, right? We've got buildings here in Tahlequah for us to meet and.
Yeah.
Well, we can always use another one.
We're meeting here.
But.
We're meeting in
But,
the.
yeah, but the thing is if Tahlequah already has all the fundamentals that they need, then why not push that money toward another, yeah.
Council, we can do
Push it
that.
towards something, because.
We're actually, I'm having my meetings in the Elder Nutrition Center. I don't have a spot to have,
You have a spot.
In the Elder
Do
Nutrition.
you
Center.
do you
Yeah.
go,
You
do you
got
go
all
rent,
kinds of
do you
It's
rent
not
that?
always-
Wait, hang on. Do you rent that out of your pocket to have your meetings, anything else like that going? Do you rent that building out of your pocket?
It's actually waived, but normally it's $150.
Okay.
And
The thing is
and
some
so
of us
I
that are
have
out
to-
in these,
I have to go
some
out
of
and
us that are
clean
out
it.
in these districts that have totally, completely nothing, we have to go look, we have to go search, and we have to rent these places out of our pockets to have meetings.
Well, I had to go
There's-
search also
you
and
have-
had to speak
You
with
have all
Becky
of
and
this
get it
ground
approved.
right here in Tahlequah. You have that nutrition center. There's nothing wrong with you having your meetings there. I'm glad that you're able to utilize that, but the rest of us have nothing to utilize.
And
Right. They're for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do that. That's no biggie. We can look at that. Now, having said that, your suggestion was putting that money back into education, right? Okay.
We do have some stuff here that we can reallocate, looking at it. We could definitely move some stuff. So this is a pretty good plan right here coming out. And we just need to look into just a little bit more. And but it's a good start. It's a good
We just
start
need to
for
see if
the
it's
plan.
all feasible.
Yes, yes.
I don't disagree
Yes.
with anything really that's on this list. All of these are things that I really do think are needed and that we could spend our money on. I think we just got to figure out how to
Okay.
get it all started.
Okay, well, this is a good start, though.
Yeah.
Don't discount that, because this is from your suggestions, it's from the director's suggestions, and it's from all of our suggestions, so yeah.
So we're actually voting today on the resolutions for. No. Listen. We're actually voting on resolutions for the comptroller and the EDTO today,
Yes.
right? To start advertising that. So is that one that we want to look at putting a restriction on the time limit? We're gonna go with that one too.
You mean like
if
speeding up the process?
If we vote on that, today, we're gonna put a time limit on it and speed it all up.
Okay.
I don't know, that's something we could probably talk about in an
Yeah.
executive session or
Yeah.
something.
Okay, well, hey, listen, if you have any questions, be sure to get with me. But I would like to set aside that money so we can go forward up on top. Those 5 pieces, the CARES Act consultant, the controller, well, that one will be voted on here in a little bit. Let me go back. The reason why I suggested the Finley and Cook, okay. Early on in the year, maybe it was the end of last year, they gave us a presentation to do the administrative functions of what we needed. And so that's where I got the numbers and that sort of thing. And keep in mind, these are only 7-month activities. It's until the end of December and that's it. Unless, of course, we get more CARES Act funds. And there's a possibility we're going to get some more. But the thing is the day-to-day operations carries one set of rules and one set of opportunities and one set of people working on it. To add all these things in there with it, boy, somebody may blow gasket in a hurry. In other words, they may be overworked or overburdened or whatever you want to call it. But these people in that category there, they will be set aside, and that's solely all they're going to work on. Finley and Cook will work on our policies and procedures. They'll work on the procurement if they have a person in there that can be our procurement specialist as well. So that's what the idea behind that is, to try to remove that from the everyday operations and do it as a specialist. The attorney in there is not to do away with the attorney general, but to assist in writing these programs and getting these programs, helping getting these programs off the ground. Okay?
So I have a question, Chief. And it's about Finley and Cook, or Cook and Finley, which I don't know which way it goes. But anyway, you're talking about bringing them in, having them to assist with the tribe. If all of the money has to be spent by December and we bring them in, then what happens after December? How do we pay them? How do we continue that service? Because if we go and we hire somebody and we don't have a budget for that hire, and we're only running off of money for the next 5 months, then what's going to happen to us in 5 months down the road when we don't have the money to pay that service and it's gone?
You're right. That's a great question. A while ago when the insurance gentleman I had that same question in my mind. How does this continue?
Right.
Who pays for that insurance onward? These are only 7-month contracts, 174-day contracts. That's it. After that, again, unless we get additional funds from the CARE Act dollars, the 40% of that $8 billion that hadn't been allocated, if we get more, it will go further.
They are looking into that right there, extending the period too, since the funds have not been released. They are looking at the next allocation.
Really?
Yeah, they are
That
looking
would
at the
be-
next allocation to give more time for the tribes to spend it too. So
That would be
that's a
awesome
bonus
if
for
they
us. Yeah.
extended our December time.
Yes.
Do you know anything
But I
about
do
that,
think we
AC?
need to go through this one by one.
Do you know anything
One
about
by
them
one.
giving
That's
an
what we need to
extension?
discuss on these.
Okay, all right. When do you want to do that?
Today,
Today, okay.
we need to hurry.
Can we go through this in an executive session, or do we need to?
We gotta hire someone first before we know how to proceed.
Well, that's true, but we all can read the regs on the the act as well. Yes, thank you. Yes, Sister Chief.
Even with us hiring if his proposal, I like his resolution that he's done for us to hire an EDTO. This is something that we have needed for a very long time. But there again, do we have a budget set aside to be able to pay this person so that it continues past the 5 months?
Well, Chief, can I say something? Can I? I believe these are all certainly good line items of ways to expend this money. Total of $21 million there, but I think we have a pressing issue that we might need to address before we move into spending this. I think we're all very familiar with what has been come up in the last week or so. And as you said in the guidelines that we just got handed, that we have to disperse this as federal dollars. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney General, but I believe there's a lot of questionable expenditures here. You know, we passed a resolution to service a certain amount of people. But now we're finding out that we may not be able to do that. So, and that being said, I think we need to address that issue, because if it does apply that we have to spend the money other than what we anticipate, there won't be enough money here to make these purchases. Is that clear what I'm talking about? So I think we probably ought to determine whether we, Mr. AG, I agree, but I think we need to probably decide whether we need to move forward with that or set it aside, because I think there's going to be some pushback, and we probably ought to address that before we, and put that issue to sleep before we start, because we may not have any money left to spend. That's just what I'm saying. So.
That's why I wanted to do that before the 16th, when that motion was made.
Okay. All right, you've heard it, council. Where we go from here? We can open it up for executive session now, or keep going through this
I make
agenda.
a motion to move to executive session.
Okay, we've got a motion made. Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Okay. Sharon, Councilor Benoit, okay.
There's a lady.
Yes, ma'am.
We could go ahead and do public forum first, correct? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. But yeah, I think we should at least give them the opportunity to have public forum before we go into executive session, because our executive session may run into some time and we're going to have people sitting outside waiting. I would rather get them taken care of.
Okay.
Was it left off just accidentally? Because it's not on the agenda.
The what? Oh, the public forum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it on there either.
Was
but-
it just left off accidentally, Joyce, or what was the deal? Okay.
So I'm going to strike my motion for right now to go into executive session, and let's let these people speak.
And you got a second.
Okay, let's do that. It's not noted on here. We'll go to public forum, and then the election group, or election committee afterwards, if you would, please. And we'll take care of business then. How about it?
Yes. Council, I apologize. It's been just really hectic over there, so I apologize. For one, I will apologize regarding the agenda, just to go back to address to the live view. On the agenda, it said close to the public. I sent an email to the council regarding that it was open, but still was upholding the safety COVID-19 measures. The public forum item is not on the agenda, but it is going to be addressed today, and we will begin with that. We have 4 to sign in for public forum, and we're going to move one item that was in reports to council to be heard after reports to council, which is the election board. But we'll begin with public sign-in, and that is Ernestine Berry, and her topic is the documentary letter of support.
Okay, I think this should be really, really quick. And thank you, council, for allowing the public forum. I appreciate that. And I did give you a draft of the letter. I don't know if you know Eddie Webb. He's been a member of the United Kituah Band since about 1992. And he just recently completed his doctorate degree in education, and he works with documentaries and with filming. Now, what he wants to do is do a documentary on the United Kituah Band. And so that will give us an outlet, put us out there, help people to know who we are. And so Eddie is a very dedicated Kituah. He is all gung-ho for Kituah, and he has this opportunity for actually for Adobe. If you know anything about computers, you know something about Adobe. You use their software programs, and they're a huge company, and they're going to finance this 3-part documentary for Eddie to do on the Kituahs. And so I did give you a copy of a draft letter that I wrote approving and supporting him on this issue. All I need to do is just have a show of hands or whatever that the council is for this. Okay, could we see a show of hands for people who are for this documentary? Okay. So that's 100%. Okay.
When will his-
Eddie Webb does teach filming and documentaries at Maricopa Community Colleges in Arizona. And if you have students who want to get interested in that, they can go out there and learn from our own Kituah how to do those things, which I think is really great.
Does he have a time frame for when this is going to occur from beginning to end?
Well, he's just now beginning, and I don't know, usually it takes around 3 years or so to complete. I mean, that's what he did with the last one that he did on the Kituah language. We have one that he did on the Kituah language, and it took him about 3 years from the very beginning until the time it was actually completed. So, okay, thank you, council.
If he has the opportunity to come in and do that, if he needs any extra people, be sure that he lets us know, so maybe some of the kids or some of the youth might be interested in something like this, okay?
Okay, well, I'm sure he will be coming to work with us here at some point. I don't know exactly when, but he will let us know whenever he was ready to come, and he'll get approval from the council to come and work with us, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next one is Richard and Jackie, is that Taylor or Tyler? Tyler? Okay, their topic is products and project services.
What were your names again? What are your names again?
Richard and Jackie Tyler. We're part of the buy-in community. We have a nonprofit organization down there. Last month we fed over 10,000 people, including your people. We worked through Peggy. We invited your group to come in, your members to come in on their own separate bills. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. I apologize for that, ma'am. We have a nonprofit called the Buy-in Peace Center, and we're doing area-wide community feeding and buy-in through our nonprofit. We even open our doors up for your meetings at our facility. It's 5,000 square feet. We have a food pantry. Last month, we fed over 10,000 people through a food effort, and we contact Peggy, and she actually brings the two people in on their own day, so that they're provided extra food. But what we're here today for, I know we asked to be put on the agenda as a presenter, but we didn't get that granted. But here's what we have. We are a consulting company. We're the #2 consulting company according to Taro now. We consult with tribes all over the United States. And what we've done is, presently we have met with the board and showed them a CBD product and a farming address and business deal. But what we can do now is we've actually developed those products. We have them packaged here, but they all relate to the COVID-19. It's immune boosters. One of the biggest problems right now is dehydration. We have these that you can put into a bottle of 8-ounce water. It'll actually be better than Gatorade and stuff like that. We use CBD products, but we also use aloe vera, which is actually, with the medical guys over here, they know that aloe vera is one of the healing deals. I'm trying to hurry because I know we've only got 4 minutes. If y'all want to pass that around, no, it's not really cool to do that. But what it is we have products and goods that can be implemented within the next 2 weeks to you guys, direct care to several of your elders and stuff that will actually help build their immune system up and help prevent the virus from spreading throughout your deal. We also consult and provide products such as PPE. We have over 1 million masks right now that are available. We also consult and help tribes and other government agencies as an overseer to make sure that they're not being gouged or price hiked. So we do comparative pricings for them, like resource officing. We saved one tribal government $2 million in PPE already. So what we do is there's so many people out there trying to take advantage of tribes because they know you have this money, and we're both tribal members, She's Creek, I'm Cherokee. And what we've done is we said no more. I mean, the tribes have been robbed enough. So we're offering goods and their services to help resource. We know that you had an issue that you were saying, ma'am, over here, I don't know your name, I apologize. Jenny, that is a problem. Nobody wants to hire on for just a few months, but as a consultant, we can because we know that it's money. It's only allocated for a certain period of time. Nobody wants to quit their job to go to work for part-time. I get that. Whereas we're consulting, so it doesn't matter if it's a 1-month contract, 2-month contract, or year contract. What we offer is we have multiple sources of contacts, information, products can actually, for less than $3 a day, your tribal people can be prevented from the immune virus. It actually helps with diabetes, cancer issues, all kinds of stuff. But we have the availability to present these to you guys, maybe in a more relaxed setting where we can actually show you guys, bring testimonies in and show you what these products are currently doing. We have Cal Berkeley as one of our research institutes. We have FDA approval on all of our products. So when I met with the board last year about doing CBD, there was a lot of issues and a lot of questions, and then the virus came up. But now we didn't stop. We kept going. So all of our products are FDA approved, so that will actually help in cleaning the immune system up and preventing and then boosting it through the products that we have. And it's all documented. We have research doctors, we have FDA approvals, and studies already on it that we can present to you when y'all are ready for that. But today we just want to take a few minutes to let you know we'd like another meeting to actually show you what we can do, or if you need our services and resources, because we procure items such as PPE, water, resources, housing, all these things that you all are looking for. We actually do that now. As far as the CARES Act, we actually received the CARES Act ourselves. We know a lot about that. And the possibilities for the tribe right now are so endless as long as it's budgeted and you don't allow people to come in and rob you. Because that's what everybody's doing. They're coming in and a face mask should cost, like these typical face masks should cost around $1.45, $1.75. Everybody went up to $5, to $10, to $7, and they didn't have them. We don't do that. What we do is we do the research for you, we present you, and then it's your decision who you want to buy it from. But what we can do is we can curtail a lot of that over expenditure by letting us do the research, find out where the multiple locations are to find products and goods, and not let you be price gouged. And that's what we do.
So you guys are basically your consulting company,
Yes.
and you're just looking for a contract for your consulting.
For our consulting or a vendor to help you to spend the money to buy the PPE or the products and goods and services that you would need that qualify for the CARES Act that goes direct to your members, not just set on the shelf.
Right. So what is your cost?
We usually charge $2,500 a month. That's what we charge for me and 2,500 for her.
So be 2,500 apiece.
Yes. And what we do is we're not a full-time employee. You tell us what you're looking for, items that you're looking for. We research it. We present it back to you guys, but we do it pretty fast. You'll know within 24 to 36 hours where the best buy is.
All right.
I know with the PPE working there for the home health, that they put a limit, a minimum of what you could order.
Yeah.
And just like you said, the prices for the mask went up to like $4 or $5.
Yeah.
And the minimum that you could order was 4,000.
Right.
We was trying to order our normal stock for the month, and it wasn't coming in. And we were like, what's going on? And so finally we reached out and said you had to order a minimum of 4,000. So they price gouged us pretty good on that one.
Right. Yeah. Some companies want $1 million order. Well, I mean, how many masks can y'all use in a day? But what the current problem is right now is while you have this money to do this, you can stockpile under the CARES Act. So you can buy that 1 million masks if you want, and then you don't have to worry about it. So if you come to the issue like you're having these meetings and people don't have masks, you can provide them. You can provide for your health industry, for your bus drivers, for your daycare facilities. You can provide them. So you could warehouse them on location and do that. And so there's multiple opportunities of things that we can assist you with. I think that's pretty cheap what we're offering to you guys. I get paid a lot more normally. It's usually $10,000 a month. But what we're offering is just stop the price gouging. And that's what we're here for today, is to offer you goods and services or present things or say, hey, if you need us to go out and research and make sure that you're getting the proper thing and not being price gouged, and then work with your board to say, hey, does this fall under the CARES Act to make sure you're going to get reimbursed? Because we don't want anybody to buy something that they're not going to get paid for sure. So that's what we do.
Okay. Thank you.
Before you leave, do you have a contact number?
Yes.
If we need to reach.
Yeah, I'll give you one of my cards when we leave. Yeah, we've got some cards we'll give out to you. Pardon me? Yeah, they're $29.95. Oh, yeah.
I used this yesterday. I got heat exhaustion yesterday, handing out food. And so this is what I use, and I'm here today, so.
See, like this is $3. You put it in a bottle of water.
Yeah.
I've only got a few, so I'm gonna lay them here and that'll be up to you. I don't want to cause a pandemic fight. All right, thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler.
What up?
Okay, council, we're going on to the next public sign-in, and that is Charlotte Teehee. And her topic is new member COVID-19 relief.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Teehee. I am a new member, and my concern is about, I don't know if they've allowed the allocation of the COVID-19 relief funds to the new members or not. My issue with that is, well, first of all, I've been a member of KTUA for 5 months. That for me started in October. I went to court and relinquished my rights into Cherokee Nation in October. And then in December, I got my relinquishment, and then I rushed over and became KTUA. And that was not in search of benefits, but just because I feel like it's my family, heritage. Joe is my uncle. And so, and then my grandfather and everybody has been KTUA. And the only reason I hadn't been is probably because whenever they helped school kids to become tribal members way back when. Anyway, since that time, so in January was when I became KTUA. With COVID-19, I am now unemployed. I've been laid off. And that was like mixed feelings about that, because I am also a caregiver to a high-risk person. My husband has both his legs amputated. He's a dialysis patient. He's blind to one eye. Anyway, I take care of him. So I was glad to be able to not expose him. And that, normally, I paid for everything myself. I had insurance and I don't have insurance now. So like I said, I didn't come here for the benefits, but I did understand at the time when I agreed, to relinquish that as a new member, I wouldn't be entitled to benefits, as, I didn't feel like I would need them. But, I just want to show myself as an example of, what my case scenario is that could be other new members' situation, and feel like that we should be also included in the relief fund, because I am a tribal member, I am Cherokee, and I am Kituwa. So, and I don't know if I was, included in those numbers for COVID-19 relief, but anyway, I didn't think I would be so nervous. But anyway, that's what my plea is to include new members in, or, even if it's situational.
Whenever we put out the information on the website, I'm getting feedback really bad. Anyway, when we put that information out, was there not something in there that said, as long as you were an enrolled member from May the 16th, I think it was? Is that not what we had agreed on? So if you were a member, if you became a member in January, as long as you were a member before the 16th of May, whenever that resolution was set out, because the resolution was for all exclusive. And if you became a member then,
Yes.
Yeah.
So, it's been
you
since
should fall.
January.
You should fall within that category.
Okay.
And if you're worried about it, give her a phone call. She can look it up on the
Yeah,
computer.
I had planned to, I
Yeah.
hadn't gotten my picture card, so that was one thing that I was going to get
Right.
with.
Yeah, just give her a phone call and she can verify over the phone with you.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. Thank you.
I'm also hoping that your husband,
Over here.
I'm also hoping that your family are UKB.
I am Joe's my uncle, Lucy is my mother, and Jim Squirrel was my grandfather. So that's it. But yes, I am encouraging my husband didn't want to go through the court process of doing everything. He's very old fashioned, and he has a lot of pride. He doesn't, Jeff knows him, and he really wouldn't want to, but I'm still trying to find a way, and then my children, yes, I'm encouraging them all to join and become Kituwa.
He can always request a phone hearing.
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. All right.
Thank you for that. Yes. Okay, moving forward, let's,
Council, that was all the public forum. In regards to the next item was the election board. If you want to come up, they have been coming to me. I've been trying to help them after the last meeting when y'all allowed me consensus to work with them. So I'm trying to do the best I can. Marcella, some of these don't know you, so y'all come up. Juanetta. Recently, y'all selected a election board. Here is 3 of those members. And Brenda, if you want to take over and kind of give a spill on your to report to the council.
I'm Brenda Smith. I think most of you know me. And I was elected chairman of the election board. Here's a couple of our members. And Tanessa's our secretary, Tanessa Foreman. She's our secretary. And Albert Shea couldn't make it today. But I want you people to know, I've only been with these people for 2 weeks. I know the job that they can do. Marcella, at home, I call her my grand slam. So we're looking forward to a good year of election. But I do need to encourage all the council members to start beating the bushes for those Indians. Everybody has a right to vote. And everybody should use that right, even in a tribe vote. But I really appreciate this opportunity. I was with the Walmart's election board, which is completely different. If it hadn't been for Joyce, we'd have still been wandering around in the parking lot. So I am so thankful for Joyce. I don't know how much y'all know what she does, but she does a lot. And then there's Clint. Clint showed up. Another blessing for us. He just gave us a little more to go on. And reading our little pamphlet here, our green pamphlet, we're dissecting it word by word to get it right. And we will get it right. So you can count on us. But another thing I keep stressing to them, our job is confidential. You'll know when we think you need to know. So don't be mad at them if they don't answer your questions. Don't be upset with them at all, because they're going to be doing their job. Thank you.
I don't think I know. Juanetta Springwater? Okay, all right. I've heard your name, but I couldn't put a name to a face. Okay. I want to say, I know all three of these ladies, and I think they're wonderful. I've known them for years. All three of them, Marcella and Brenda and Juanetta. So I'm thankful that they're on this election board.
We hope to do y'all a good job.
Council, also, I know there was a discussion about, as you've seen my email, Linda had resigned due to family medical issues. Now with the, there was some emails regarding the next member to be seated. So within the election ordinance, and I know that they will choose that fifth member. So I gave her a list of the names that came up front when y'all nominated the election board. So I sent those names to her. She has those, and it's up to them to select their fifth member with the resignation. So that's just to clarify some of the misunderstanding of the next member seating.
And I give that list to the Lord. When he chooses a person, I will be the first to know. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask this then. Okay, I'm already counting 5. And Brenda Smith, you said Tanessa Foreman? Is she on the board too? Okay, then Marcella, Juanetta, and then you said Albert Shea.
Albert Shea.
Okay, that's 5.
Marcella is our alternate.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
So we still have room for one more.
So you have room for one more on the board, and then she's just an alternate.
Well,
Okay.
I know that I remember seeing the email. I did contact Linda Davis because I know that Linda Davis was one of the ones that was not selected, and I did speak with her. And she said that she was just gonna sit back from it for now. So I don't remember who the other. Yeah. 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 So I don't know if any of you guys have talked to Miss Davis or not, but.
I think that the current members are very capable of choosing that fifth person.
Yeah,
So I think that's an issue that we decided to let them do, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
That's it. That's even what I had said in the email, it's up to them. But in order, to like keep it fair, I thought that they should at least go back to the ones that weren't selected and make them, first priority to see if they want to take the place. If they don't, then move on.
Well, also the chief suggested with us going with this amount right now, because when we voted, we might be deadlocked most of the time if we have 6 on there, counting me. So that was a good suggestion, and I thought about it a lot. So maybe that's why God's not
Absolutely.
answering my.
Maybe.
But McDonald's calling me.
Okay, one thing I do want to share, and I didn't tell you this the other evening, several months ago, council addressed the need for the Carter Foundation to come in, and they're the ones that come in and look at elections and things of this nature. As we know it, we've been notified that they may come for this election this year.
Yes.
So, yes.
I actually recommended to them that the election board also sent a letter. I know you had already sent a letter.
Yes.
A lot of times they like to hear from all the structures within the tribe, the election board, the chief, and if there's a legislature from the legislature, just to make sure nobody's opposed to it, because they don't like to get into a situation where one part of the tribe is opposed to it. So I'm going to draft a letter for them to send, just backing up your
Okay.
letter.
Good, thank you. Thank you for that, Brenda. All right.
We done? Okay. Oh, we still need to get in our offices. So if you can find me a key.
They will be housed in these two offices back here when you enter to your right. So I'll get with maintenance Monday to get a key to you, and then I'll call you when he
Thank
has
you.
them available.
Okay, thank you.
I want to speak into the mic so our members can hear. If everyone's not aware, I am in charge of the website. I do put all the content on the website. Falls within my department. Is this better? Okay. I'm in charge of the website. I do want to let everybody know who maybe is not aware, has not shared it with their members. We do have a tab on our website now for the COVID payment. So it's a step-by-step process. It lists, every step they need to take. It's got all the forms available for download. So I encourage you to send your members there if it's possible for them to avoid some kind of contact, by having to come up or something. And like I said, I want to put that on the mic. That way our people could also hear that. So our website is www.ukb-nsn.gov. Now, when you go to that, it'll take you to our main homepage. If you look on the little green tab at the top, or if you're on a mobile, it'll say menu. You want to look for the COVID-19 payment tab. And I made that over I believe it was Thursday or Friday. I didn't have any input or direction from council, so I just kind of put on there what I took from the process.
Could you give me that website again?
Yeah, it is www.ukb, and it's a little hyphen, NSN, so Nancy Susan Nancy.gov. And that is our current website. I know we've discussed it before. Our old website is still up. It is still current. Unfortunately, I cannot take that down. I have asked council. I've even asked for some legal advice if we wanted to go that route. I've tried contacting the company myself. Somebody has bought that domain, and they are not responding whenever we reach out. So unfortunately, that website is still up, and I do not have the capability to take it down.
Mr. AG, would you comment on that? Because I get this all the time. Says, man, they're on the wrong
Trust me,
website.
this is my job, and I get it all the time.
Yeah, if you'll get with me, I can draft a letter to, do you know who owns it now?
The company that hosts is called Dynadot.
Okay.
They will not release the name of the owner to me just for their privacy
Yeah.
policy.
I can send a letter to the owner, and then they'll forward it to the owner of the website.
Okay.
Or the-
Because I know I've reached out twice in the past couple of years,
Okay.
and I've had no luck.
Maybe a letter from a lawyer will help. I don't know. We'll try it and see where we can get.
Okay. But yeah, that's the issue I have right now is when you Google us, that old website was up for so long, it has so many hits, so it shows up first in Google. So I've been trying to rectify that. I really don't have any, like I said, recourse right now to take the old website down. But I do try to push the new website. It's on all of our information. It's on our website or the social media. And I did put a social media post out saying, if you want your COVID relief payment, please go here for information. And like I said, it's a step-by-step. It determines, asks if you're eligible. If you're eligible, you need to update your address. If your address is updated, you need to fill out the composite form, the W-9, and then it will walk you through the disbursement dates. So even if you are meeting with people face-to-face, maybe it's good for them to also kind of just see it in person. So I would also pull that up anytime you have a meeting or you're, trying to get information out. Say if you run out of forms at a meeting, you can also have them direct to the website, and everything there is downloadable now. So that was kind of my big thing for anybody who's watching. I also have an issue with some of the CARES Act funds that I would like to address in executive session. It's not necessarily the CARES Act, but we did get a grant from the Southern Plains organization, and that has not been addressed, and it involves my department heavily. So that's just something I would encourage, maybe giving me a little time in executive session to discuss with you. But that's all I have. Any questions about the website? Good, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We did have a motion made and seconds to go into executive session. Did we vote on that?
So I'll remake the motion to go into executive session.
Where are we at on this agenda?
Come again?
We're on 5. We're on 5.
Oh, we're being weak now in the press.
Okay. Council, we're going to continue on. Barry, there's been a motion and a second to enter executive session with the, also to include our Attorney General. And we have a motion by Jeannie and a second by Sharon. I will call for vote.
Excuse me, before you do that, aren't we gonna give her a time she asked for during executive session too?
We can call her in.
For her, she asked for some time with us, so I think we need to give her some time also.
Okay, I will restate my language. It's to enter executive session with the Attorney General and to allow some time for media to speak. Okay, that's a motion by Jeannie and a second by Sharon. I will call for vote. Eddie?
Yes.
Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline? Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, we are, motion carries. We are in executive session at 12:54 with a 10-minute break prior to entering.
10 words to this, there. Like go on this, there. I didn't know what he was talking about.
AG, item number 1 will be struck, right?
Who made that motion? Jeannie did.
Jeannie made it. Jeannie, I laughed.
Jeannie made the
Probably supper time.
to enter.
Bedtime, I practice. Bedtime, eh?
Motion to exit. I did the motion to exit. I mean, Jeannie did it.
Yeah.
The Pakistan. Like that.
Joyce would have it. Almost jumped in the river.
And now like I said,
Two,
girls' baby shower.
Okay. We have live there. All right. Okay.
No, Jennifer just turned it on.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, council. We have a motion made in second to resume. Secretary?
Yes. Council, we have moved, we have entertained item number 9 after, or before council reports. So we're exiting, or I'm going to call for vote to exit executive session. A motion by Jeannie, a second by Elamay. I will call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
Elamay?
Yes.
Adeline? Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief, Council, we're back we're into regular session.
Okay, we're back to regular session
Oh.
3:58.
3:58.
Okay. Now, where we left off was the approval of the minutes.
No,
We already did
those
that.
are tabled.
They're tabled.
Yes,
We're down to new business.
we're down to reports to council.
Reports to council. All right, I have item number 6.
I'll make a motion that we table these reports till next month since it's late in the day, and let's move on to the business.
Okay, motion's been made. Second, Charles?
I'll second.
Okay. Now, that was the enrollment report, tax report, finance report, corporate board report, right? All of them, okay. Yes.
Also, I'd like to add that Randall Hendricks' mother, he couldn't be here today because of his mother. He got her out of the hospital. So let's keep her in prayer. He has to take care of her, you know. And he sent, I will add to mention that he did email his report and the financials. So it's on, you got it on your email.
She had to, and they had to amputate her leg.
Now? Okay, sorry. We have a motion by Jamie and a second by Charles to table item number 6, which is reports to council. I will call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
Oh,
Frankie? Sharon?
yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief. Council motion carries.
Okay, thank you, council. We'll move to item number 7 under new business. And right off the back, item number 1 under number 7 has been struck. We'll move to item number 2, council discussion to vote to approve, disapprove, advertise vacant position of EDTO and hire most qualified candidate. Advertisement bypass internal posting. Assistant Chief Thompson.
I brought this motion before the council because I think it's very necessary that we have an executive director of tribal operations under the circumstances. That's all the, you know, the excitement about this CARES Act money. We've been needing an EDTO. All of our directors have, they're just kind of going every direction, floundering around. So I think an EDTO would solve a lot of problems as far as communication goes and some leadership there in the, within the tribal complex, our whole program on the tribal side. So, and the reason why I did the advertisement to bypass internal posting, because it needs to be expedited. I think it'd be faster. It doesn't mean that anybody can't apply. It just means that we wouldn't have to run it for 7 days, go through interviews, and then not hire somebody and then redo it again. I think it can just be a blanket cover. So
Yeah.
I make a motion to move on.
And I second.
So you said that the little comment that you have down here on bottom is just to make sure that it gets external,
Just advertise external, yeah.
advertised external.
Bypassing the internal.
Yeah.
7 day thing for internal.
Yeah.
Bypassing that so it can go
Go
out.
straight out to the.
It'll go straight out to the public and then any employee can still apply. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm good with that.
Okay, I had the motion and I heard several seconds. Who do I give this to? Frankie?
Frankie?
Frankie? Okay, council, I will call for vote for item number 2 under new business. We have a motion by Jamie and a second by Frankie. I will call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
Yes.
Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Barry?
Yeah.
Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief, council motion carries.
Okay, item number 3, council discussion to vote to approve, disapprove, to apply for the Urban Agriculture and Innovation Production UAIP grant. Secretary Hawk.
Yes, council, those came to my attention from Whitney Warrior, the TIPO, and these are just a general request for the council to approve for her to submit for the grant, as well as 4 falls under the same category.
Second.
Yeah,
Same thing.
yeah, it's same thing.
That's what she just said. She said 4.
Both of them? Okay.
Second.
Who seconded? Jamie? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I have a motion by Frankie and a second by Jamie, and we are going to take a blanket vote for 3 and 4, but with separate resolutions. I'll call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline? Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief, council motion carries.
All right, thank you for that. Item number, we have some other new business coming up.
Yes. Okay, coming out of executive session, we have some resolutions to tend to that'll be known as other business. And we will continue 3 and 4, so the other business will be noted as number 5. And it reads, motion to advertise externally for 5 days for procurement specialist / purchasing agent. And it is COVID related. Do we need to put that in there? Okay. Okay, and that is to add the language as to, and it'll be RE, COVID related, COVID-19. Okay, I need a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Give it to Jeannie. Okay. We have a motion by Jamie and a second by Jeannie. References to item number 5 known as other business. I will call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline? Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief, council motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, second item out of executive session will be known as item number 6 and other business. And it reads, a motion to approve to engage Finley and Cook for COVID-19 consulting and comptroller services with never mind, it's in there. Motion. Adeline. Motion, Adeline, second. Charles. Okay, council, I will call for vote, noted as item number 6. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline? Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief, council motion carries.
Thank you for that. Item number 7.
Okay, next other business will be noted as item number 7. And that is to read, a motion to approve to allocate CARES Act funds for pandemic relief as follows. $5 million in CARES Act funds to the Housing Department for rehabilitation. $5 million in CARES Act funds to emergency grants to tribal members. $5 million in CARES Act funds for non-pandemic related buildings. 3 million to education for pandemic-related expenses, 50,000 to Health and Human Services for emergency aid to tribal members.
Motion.
Motion, LMA.
Motion.
Motion, LMA, second, Adeline.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, I will call for vote.
Can you repeat that last part?
The last one? Yeah. The last one was to read 50,000 to Health and Human Services for emergency aid to tribal members.
Would you
I
read
thought,
all of them again, Joyce? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Read all of them again.
Oh, all of them?
hey, wait a minute. What about your education?
It's in there. This is 3 million for the education.
Yeah, I think you missed one.
Did I miss one?
Yeah, you missed the buildings too. No?
Yeah, I did, right here. Okay, here we go.
Just read it again.
Okay. 5 million in CARES Act funds to the Housing Department for rehabilitation.
Yep.
5 million in CARES Act funds to emergency grants for tribal members. 5 million in CARES Act funds for 9 pandemic-related buildings. 3 million to education for pandemic-related expenses. 50,000 to Health and Human Services for emergency aid to tribal members. Good job. Okay. When we have a motion by LMA and a second by Adeline, I will call for vote. Eddie?
Yes.
Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline?
Well.
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? Yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief Counsel, motion carries. Last, I need to add item number 8. Item number 8 is to approve to move the July 2020 regular council meeting to the second Saturday, July 11th, 2020, due to the recognized holiday of July the 4th. I will make that motion. Yeah, it'll continue as of today, as the setting was today. Still recognizing the COVID safety measures. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, that is known as item number 8, other business. We have a motion by Joyce Hawk and a second by Adeline Smith. I will call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline?
Well.
Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
No.
Okay, we have 11 yes, 1 no. Motion carries. Thank you, council. That is all the items requesting
Okay.
attention.
Thank you, council. Yes, ma'am? Yes?
Is there going to be guidance or anything coming down from the council as what you would like for the $50,000 to go towards?
Yes.
Are we looking at the insurance that we
Yes.
talked about? I mean, that kind of thing? That's my only question.
Yes.
I was an advocate for it, and I was saying we could do it for air conditioners, we could do it for water bills, we could do it for light heat, propane, hearing aids, dentures, glasses, and all I could get was 50,000. So I'm sorry for you.
Oh, I mean, it is what it is. The air conditioners are actually picked up under light heat. So that is being taken care of under LIHEAP. There is funding
But
for the
in
air
the event, in the
conditioners.
event you need more,
Okay.
there's a source.
So
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure there was going to be some guidance for me to look at.
I think it's in regards to, you have guidelines sometimes, and there won't be
They are,
as many
yes.
Just
guidelines.
anything
as this.
COVID related.
Yeah, they are, it's income. So this will not be an income restricted aspect of it either?
Anything COVID related.
Okay.
Okay. There, within Health and Human Services, have you received extra funds regarding COVID related?
At this point, there was for LIHEAP, we did receive an extra $70,000 for LIHEAP that is coming out of our portion of the CARES Act. There was an additional, I want to say 5,000 that came out of our community block grant for the CSBG, which has been right now being utilized to pay for propane since it's not heating season. So we are buying propane and we're trying to pay some water bills out of that. But that also covers our homeless aspect of putting people up in hotels when we need to. I received an additional 8,000 from our FIPSA grant, which is our domestic violence grant. And so those are my funding sources. Those are the only additional funding that I have received related to any of my programs.
You just received 50,000 more. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We have no more. I want to make one announcement. No executive session, item number 9. Council announcements. Travis, the assistant to the chief, will be working with each and every one of you and trying to set up times and dates to get out and visit with folks in the communities about needs and things of that nature. So please, he'll get in contact with you over the next couple of weeks. So give him a time and date to, let's see what we can find out about our communities. Okay? Any other announcements? Okay? Benediction?
Before we adjourn here, I've got something I want to talk about.
Okay?
Right now. I'm gonna get up, I've sat there too long. Okay, this concerns the impeachment of the Chief George Bunt, or Joe Bunt. I do the call council meeting on today, 2020, we haven't got to that part yet, impose the following remedies on the chief for his impeachment on 5 counts. If passed by council, this amendment will become part of the official censure of Chief Joe Bunt and will be taken effectively immediately and will be effective until the winner of the next election for chief is sworn into office or until council rescinds this amendment, whichever is earlier. If this amendment is approved by the council, the additional remedies for impeachment shall be: the chief shall have no supervision authority over any employees. The chief shall have no CEO powers. The chief shall be removed as a signature from the bank account. The chief shall refrain from any travel on behalf of the UKB. If the chief violates any of these remedies, he shall resign effective immediately. I want to make a motion to vote on this proposition.
What?
We've already took care of this.
I'm
I'll
going to
second.
second it. Oh, did you say?
You got
Go
it.
ahead.
You got it.
Can,
Okay.
AG, can we do that?
Who seconded it? Who seconded it?
Double
Jeannie?
jeopardy, we've already
Element?
handled this.
Element.
It's,
This is identical to what we talked about in February after the chief was impeached in January. Some council members wanted to add certain things to the punishment for the chief after the impeachment had already happened. So in response to that, I had prepared this in February. At the time we discussed it in February, the council didn't want to move forward with it. So this is the same as what we had in February. Council decided on the remedies for the chief after the impeachment, at the impeachment hearing. These would be additional punishments in addition to what you decided at the impeachment hearing when you decided only to censure the chief. But council is the supreme governing body. I imagine chief's lawsuit is still pending with the judge. And if you do this, he'll probably take it to the court and try to undo it because you've already passed some remedies at the impeachment hearing. So it could go to court, but council is the supreme governing body. And so if council decided to do it, then I would defend the council's decision in the court.
Can I ask a question? So he hasn't gone to court yet?
He has,
He has?
but the judge is, still has it under advisement. The
Okay.
judge has not ruled on anything yet.
He's not ruled to move for the appeal or what? Nothing? I mean, nothing's happened?
There have been a couple hearings. I think one was telephonic, and then there was another telephonic one after that. I believe chief's attorney filed some motions, but to my knowledge, they haven't been ruled on yet.
You said that at the impeachment hearing, there was some remedies handed down. I just remember the remedy of censorship there were no conditions attached to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, the remedy that was voted yes on was a censure, which is essentially a reprimand. And I sent around the censure document a couple weeks ago that will go in the chief's file, pending his court appeal, of course. The other remedy that was proposed, which was to remove the chief from office, failed to get enough votes at that time.
Well, the motion's been made. Yeah. Did somebody, who seconded it?
Yeah, we had a motion made and seconded. All right. Okay. Secretary, go ahead.
Okay, council, there's been a motion on the floor by Barry and a second by LMA. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did say that, but yeah.
So that means I have to reread this.
You mean you want Mr. Why don't we have the AG to read the addendum, and that way it'll be on the microphone and be more clear. No disrespect, but they didn't hear you on the microphone.
The motion is to approve an addendum to the censure of the chief from January 7th, 2020. It would read, at a duly called council meeting on June 6, 2020, council by motion has voted blank yes to blank no, with blank abstaining and blank absent, to impose the following remedies on the chief for his impeachment on 5 counts. If passed by council, this addendum will become part of the official censure of Chief Joe Bunch and will take effect immediately and will be effective until the winner of the next election for chief is sworn into office or until council rescinds this addendum, whichever is earlier. If this addendum is approved by council, the additional remedies for impeachment shall be: the chief shall have no supervisory authority over any employees. The chief shall have no CEO powers. The chief shall be removed as a signatory from the band's bank accounts. The chief shall refrain from any travel on behalf of the UKB. If the chief violates any of these remedies, he shall resign effective immediately.
Okay, we have a motion by Barry and a second by LMA regarding the language that was just read. That will be item number, I believe, 9. It'll be noted as other business. I will call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline?
Wow.
Frankie? Sharon?
Yes.
I'm going to abstain. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Under no, 1, 2, 3. And 1 abstention. Chief Counsel, motion carries.
All right. Benediction.
Father, I just ask, Lord, that you watch over us, Father, daily jobs, Father. Motion to adjourn.
Second.